Okay, everybody. We hit the time limit on Facebook's live stream limit, and so we had to. I didn't realize that, but my awesome wife texted me and said, "Hey, the live stream just dropped off of Facebook. You might want to do something about that." So we're back, and no one's listening. There's zero followers. I'm talking to no one right now. That's hilarious. Um, okay, but we'll get them all back. They're coming. We'll get them back. Okay. It would have been, yeah. I mean, but then I killed it and then restarted it. So, let's see. Yay. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the reinstated Facebook stream. For those of you who are watching on Facebook, we're also on the mission's Instagram and YouTube channels. And so, if for any reason we bump up against the Facebook time limit on live stream, you can find us on YouTube. And boom. So that's good news. Yay, the word's getting out. We're so grateful for your support, and thank you for sharing this stream on your Facebook profile. I need to get doing that on mine actually. So I'm in as me. Okay, so that's good. Let me navigate over to the missions stream and share it to mine. Boom. So, all right. So now I've got it shared on mine too. So whoever comes to look at my Facebook profile is going to see the missions live stream. Hey, thank you to my friends and like Dan Skilport here, but also to those of you who are watching online and or made a gift as a result of my plea out to my Facebook friends. Thank you so much. We're trucking along. It's 5:30, so that means that at 10 o'clock tonight we'll have hit 48 hours. So we're at 40. We're over 40 hours in, like 42 or something like that, and we've got the thermometer. I know the thermometer is only showing 30, but we've got 45 in gifts and pledges. And so we're still managing to keep pace. You know, the goal of $1,000 an hour over 60 hours, which is pretty encouraging. So, but we're only going to have 12, 13 hours probably, tomorrow to do that last $10,000. And so if as far ahead as we can get tonight would be great. The thermometer, if you're using that online, the link, let me make sure that we get it into the comments. I'm gonna switch profiles here. I'm gonna into being the mission profile, and make sure that I get the giving link in there. Let's see. Uh, 20. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Okay, back to all right, back to this stream. Let me get
So if people wanted to find this, they just go on Facebook and search for Yakima Union Gospel Mission.
Yep. So if you're on Facebook, you can just search for Yakima Union Gospel Mission. You can go to YouTube and search for Yakima Union Gospel Mission, and
To do that, sure.
I'm looking for that. Looking for that QGIV link. Okay, sorry guys. Oh, Ryan, hey, we got 13 people on the stream right now. Hey, so what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to navigate through here and make sure that I post into the comment stream the giving link for everybody, because it's really handy to have it. It's just like right there. So Ranger Frank, hey, Frank Kozinski. Hey, thank you for jumping in earlier. We're making progress here. We're we're sitting at about 45 out of our 60 goal, and so we're making progress. We've had a couple of really wonderful gifts come in. A couple hours ago, a friend said he'd match the next 10,000, and so that was when we were sitting at 30, and so. If we can get to, and then somebody jumped in for 5, and so if we can get to 50,000 by the time I pass out tonight, that'll be pretty awesome. And then we'll have 10,000 left to get for tomorrow. I'm trying to find this. Oh, this is so cool. Trying to find to put the giving link into the comment stream. Sam, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you've enjoyed speaking in chapel at the mission. I love getting into our day center at the Good News Cafe and right before lunch, sharing out of the Bible and praying with folks, and it's something we're doing every day. If it's not a volunteer like you, then it's our staff that are doing it too, and so we really, if we aren't bringing the hope of God, then we really aren't there's nothing unique about what we're doing, and so. And yet in Christ, where God offers folks forgiveness and hope and a new start and the relief of shame. It's just so good. How God loves us through Jesus is just amazing. So thanks, Sam, for being a part of that. I want to try to get somebody who knows what they're doing to please put the let's see. Well, you put in the comments.
It was down for a few minutes, but it's back up again.
Okay, and I know that I have sent somebody a link that I need to send to somebody else. So give me a quick second here, and oh yeah, that's where it is. There we go. Okay, bam. There's something to be mutter out loud. Thank you, Dina, for putting the giving link in the comment stream there. Thank you. Oh, awesome. We got it from the team, from the home team too. Thank you. And I'm about to text it off to somebody who needs it. And Autumn, I'm gonna ask Autumn or Alyssa. I'm gonna ask you to take a quick look at the text I'm about to send you. Thank you. So that I can send that link to the donor pledged 5. I need to get that on, and so super exciting, super duper exciting. Okay.
So he just tells my admin, share it with everybody. I don't even know how to get on it, so. Awesome. Okay, so want to make sure everybody knows to tune in tonight at 7 o'clock. Make sure everybody else knows to tune in tonight at 7. So we're going to want to make sure that you are sharing that out. 7 to 9:30 tonight, where we're going to have just some really amazing time sitting around the fire again. And Stephen, thank you. God bless you too. And it's been so fun to see everybody's comments. Thank you, Frank, for the encouragement. And the door opened up, and I heard the little tinkling of the Salvation Army bell. It's been fun to get to be out here with them too. I can tell that seems like I'm a little congested, like my nose, and yeah, I'm hoping I'm not getting sick. We'll see. Okay. What's that? Or something, yeah, probably. Okay, so what are we doing out here? Well, I you know what? I need to text Commissioner Curtis because it's 5:45. I'm wondering what time he's going to show up. Merry Christmas. It'll be fun to know that. So let me text Commissioner Kyle Curtis and see what time he's planning on showing up. Awesome. And awesome. Okay, boy, this is really terrible audio. Everybody's just watching me silently, thumb away at my, thumb away at my phone. And sorry about that. I gotta send some people the giving link, so that they can. be a part of this too. Oh, it's that one right there. Whoops, there we go.
Professionals like you.
When do guests arrive? Dina says, I'm not sure. That's one of the things I need to find out. Is when. So at a minimum, I know the guests will be here by 7, but I'm hoping that Commissioner Curtis will be here a little bit sooner than that. And so, bam, there we go. And oh. Sorry, that other one was bad. Okay. Let's just try giving him a buzz. He's probably packing. He's probably busy packing up. What time do you expect to arrive? Okay, awesome. So thank you, everyone who's been watching. Thanks for everybody who's been supporting. Thank you for your encouragement. Thank you for comments. Thank you for sharing this stuff out into your social media space. Thank you for coming down and spending the night. And it's just been so cool. Thanks for helping us close this budget hole. Thank you in advance to Ginger and to Sean and to Bill Splon for coming down tonight to participate in our evening's discussion. Thank you in advance to Commissioner Curtis for him coming down. I just texted him to find out what time he's gonna arrive, and we'll see what he says.
Anybody new coming on? So I know Chuck from Sacred Road just shared this with everybody on his Facebook friends. Be sure to tune in at 7 where we hear some amazing testimonies of lives that have been changed.
Yeah. So and you can go onto the mission's Facebook profile and see the video from last night from Carla and from Travis sharing their stories. Really powerful. In about 2 hours and 15 minutes, maybe 220, like almost like a Joe Rogan episode, worth of long form dialogue and discussion about that. It's really powerful. We'll probably want to clip it down, edit it down into a couple of things and get that into our YouTube stream as well. I am thinking this would be a wise moment for me to run while it's almost 6 o'clock before. Before anybody else shows up, will you hold the fort down? Yep. I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'll be back. Okay, I'll be back, everybody. Here you go.
Okay, but I'm not as entertaining as Mike, but
you're amazing.
I'll do what I can. So this has been great tonight. Seeing even some family stopping by. Thank you, Matt and Mark, my cousins, for their generous donation. And by the way, anybody that's out there, currently donations are being matched, if you hadn't heard, by a generous donor who prefers to be anonymous. But that's getting us much closer to our goal, but we still have a long way to go. So, and it doesn't hurt to go over the goal either. That's just a sign of the Lord's blessing, right? So hopefully some of you folks from Sacred Road and friends of Sacred Road are tuning in on this. It's been great getting to know Mike over the last few years. My dad, John Skilperort, was involved with the mission for well over 50 years. So I'm just kind of riding on his coattail here and helping out in a small way where I can. So yeah, Comments kind of went dead there. I don't know how to look at this thing to tell. I'm not very good with tech stuff. How do you know how many people are even watching? Oh, goodness. Well, it's fun anyway. Dang, it's nice right here in front of the heater. Now I know why Mike was sitting here. Hopefully before 7, but no later than 7. And we'll get some more stimulating conversation if they get here earlier. I've attended the Hope Summits a couple times, and the stories that come out of that are just amazing. Just a testament to the work that the mission has done over the years. I don't know who the original directors were, but I remember Rick Phillips and then his dad, Roger, and a lot has changed over the years. I remember them working on the Holtzinger Fruit Building when that was given to them, and trying to convert that. And then the fire happened, so obviously that was not the Lord's plan at that time. I still have a couple of square nails that came out of that building that they were giving out. Right on. All right. Hey, John. Good to see your comment there. Yeah. Technical difficulties. I think we got it figured out, though, for the meantime. Hey, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Man, this heater is great. It's almost too hot. Might have to step away here for a minute. But, yeah, anybody that can should come on down here at the 7 o'clock testimonial time, and it'll be a good time to talk in person to some of the people that have had their lives changed and hear it in person. Here we're at 56th and Summit View at the Ray's Thriftway, and I guess this has been an annual thing for quite some time now, and I wasn't aware of it. So, hey, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Let's see. Too bad we can't have a real fire. The crackle of the wood and the smell of the smoke. But I think they might frown on that here. There might even be fire sprinklers above us that might go off and soak us all. Yeah, here comes somebody, I think. Oh, yeah, and also for donations that come in here that are live, we're giving out these vouchers for Heaven's Cake. I don't know if you can, yeah, Little Blue. They got a imprint on it, but hey, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
And so yeah, for $20 donation, you get a $2 voucher for Heaven's Cake. The sign is not lighted, or they might be closed, but there's no expiration date. $50 gift, $5 voucher, $100 gift, $10 voucher. So just a way of saying thank you. And got amazing coffee there. I had a 4-shot latte this morning that warmed me up and helped keep me awake. But anyway. Traffic's starting to pick up here a little bit. Good evening. Merry Christmas. Trying to figure out how many people are listening in, but I don't know where that part is on this contraption. Hello, Merry Christmas. But I think we're still streaming. Somebody make a comment so I know that we're still streaming. Oh, all right. Thank you, Marjorie. Or Marjorie. Small print there on the screen. Perfect. All right. So I know we're still good. 8 people. All right. All right. Awesome. Well, I'm probably not near as entertaining as Mike is, but I'll try to keep things going here. It's kind of a pretty place for Christmas. Got a bunch of Christmas lights going down here. I know my mom loved this place, this whole shopping center. Oh yeah, he's a great guy to hang out with. Tell you what, he's become a good friend. Hanging out with Mike. It's been great getting to know him over the last few years. Him and Dina. What an amazing couple. I mean, they not only have they're just, you can see their love for everybody in their lives. They just show it forth. Anybody from Sacred Road out in White Swan listening in? Well, if not, I'm going to have to get the word out so they can tune in at 7 o'clock. Nope. Things have died down again. The ebb and flow of retail.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. All right, I'm going to have to get up and move away from this heater. Whew. That baby will warm you right up. Oh, thanks for everybody that have shared in the treats too. I brought down some hand warmers and toe warmers and gave me some advice for cold weather camping. Hello, Merry Christmas. I could bring my guitar next year. I should have done that. Could have played a little music and had some worship time or something in between. Maybe next year. Does anybody there know how to make a kazoo sound like a saxophone? Be a good addition to a band, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. They do have a huge budget, and you consider the hundreds of people that go through there, and all the medical stuff that they provide, and the dental, and the um, shelter, and it's great they have the volunteers. That they also have a lot of staff that need to be paid for all their skills. And yeah, huge budget. Wax paper. Yeah. Okay, somebody there says they can make a kazoo sound like a saxophone, so I think you should join us and bring the kazoo with you. Or wax paper between the thumbs. Yeah, yeah. Oh, right on. Volunteer. Hi there. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Camping out here tonight for
Camping out.
making awareness for the Union Gospel Mission.
Oh yeah,
People
people used to do that.
Yeah, that's right. So this is the original tin cup that he used. So
Nice.
on your way out, if you got some change,
Not too cold tonight.
well, somebody dropped us off these little warmer things and
Gotcha.
gave us some hints on cold weather camping. But
Yeah.
gifts are being matched right now by a generous donor. So if you feel led,
Cool.
drop some in on your way out.
Okey-dokey.
All right. I think long-term residents from around here that frequent the store over the years are familiar with this. This is the first I've ever heard about this part. Yeah, yeah, sure has. Now, a little honesty on my part here. When Mike first took over as the head of the mission, and I heard on the radio that they were not going to be requiring the men or the homeless people to listen to a sermon before the meal, I was kind of taken aback by that, just because I'd been that way for all my years. But more I got to thinking about it and prayed about it, whenever did Jesus say, before you feed that person or give them a drink of water, give them a sermon, right? He just said, feed them and give them a drink in his name. And that was enough. Well, hey, Mike's back.
I'm doing okay. Staying
I'm going to let him take
Down
over.
here since 10 a.m. yesterday.
I saw you on the news.
Oh, how fun.
Nice coverage.
I'm so glad. Yeah, we're trucking along too.
Here you go.
Okay, what have you been saying? You been getting us in trouble?
I don't think so. We'll find out.
That's
It
too
was
funny.
dead there for a while, so I thought, hey, maybe we're not streaming. But then people came on and said, oh, no, we're still good.
Well, Dina apparently agrees with you. She just chimed in and said, so true. So whatever you said, apparently, yeah, so Corey Smith in the chat says UGM has a huge budget. It's true. Like, we've really grown as an organization, and that's allowed us to do some really amazing things. The missions programs have grown quite a bit, and so our ability to help folks have grown quite a bit. And that huge budget requires us to be able to bring in resources to, so
let's see. Hold on, I just missed I asked. Oh yeah, okay. I was wondering. I was hoping maybe that was Commissioner Curtis. Let me know when they're going to show up, but not yet. Maybe I could bring a kazoo next year. Oh, that's hilarious.
I was talking that I'm not here as entertaining as you are. And so she said, bring a kazoo next year.
Oh, that's
for
funny.
entertainment.
That's hilarious. I'm gonna go over here and update this to. Well, I'm just going to the where I know we are. Yep, been out here since 10 a.m. yesterday morning.
And what do you do? You guys do this every year, don't you?
We in the past, we
Yeah.
took a little bit of break. Yeah, so we're raising money for the Union Gospel Mission. We're trying to raise $60,000 in 60 hours, and we're at 45 so far.
Well, no kidding. Nicely done.
Thanks. We're working on it.
Yeah.
So, what?
Gift is being doubled.
Okay, let me put this away and I'll be right.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, right now we've got a match. So we're trying to get to 50K by the end of the night. And that'll leave us what I feel like is a liftable hurdle tomorrow. Thank you so much. We'll put that in right in here.
Every little bit helps.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. How fun. That's so fun that yep. Okay. Hey, Merry Christmas.
Hey, you too.
Keep us in your prayers. We're spending the second night in a row out here now. I was out here last night. I'll be out here tonight. We're getting there, man. Thanks. Okay, how fun. Okay, so 15 folks are watching right now, and I'm not sure who exactly they are. But if I open up my right up there, but if I open up my Facebook, I should be able to see. So I'm going to go to the current stream right here. Oh, so this says, so on Facebook is 11, 12 right there. Yep. And I think that it should show me who they are, but it doesn't seem to be. So, or at least I don't know how to do it. Hey, thank you. Good night. Maybe it could show me. I just don't know how to do it. So anyway, help us get the word out for the evening program when we get things going here at 7:00. Click the eye. I know Tristan says click the eye, but I did click the eye and it didn't necessarily help me. Didn't necessarily see it. So maybe if I'm see when I'm clicking the eye, I promise I'm clicking the eye, and it's not doing it. But thank you, Tristan, for helping me out. Hi, Teresa. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Tristan Nash is like, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I'm clicking the eye, but it's not showing me who it is, and so. So I don't know what else to do, but we've got a lot of fun and some really touching and insightful, I think, stuff to talk about tonight. When the chief of the jail gets here and Ginger, our outreach manager, comes along, and they'll be talking about how the Union Gospel Mission is working with the jail to do our best to help folks that are in jail but are homeless get out to shelter instead of get out to the street insofar as we can. Thank you, Teresa. I'm so glad you're having fun checking in from time to time throughout the day and the night.
I don't think we'll have our live stream on in the tent, so that you won't necessarily be able to know whether Dan Skillport snores or not.
I can tell you.
You snore. So he brought earplugs, so to give to me, which is really really funny. Serenity is flabbergasted. You're talking back to me live right now. How so great. So for those of you who are watching, Tristan Nash in the comment stream is a fellow adoptive mom and a family that we've known from before our time in Yakima. And it's so fun to see her in the comment stream and to know their daughter is just amazed that Tristan can send in a comment and I'm actually responding to it. Hi, Serenity. It's really fun to see you. I mean, I can't see you, but it's fun to know that you're seeing me right now. It's super cool. I'm out here in front of the grocery store at night, and I'm going to sleep in that tent right over there. And with this guy right here, and we're trying to raise money to help homeless people. Hey, how's it going? We're doing good. We're sleeping out here tonight again for the second night in a row, trying to raise $60,000 in 60 hours of being outside. Yeah, we're getting there. We're at 45 for sure right now. I'm trying to get to 50. Yeah, trying to get to 50 by the end of the night, so that tomorrow I'll be out here till 10 p.m. Tomorrow, so that like we've got $10,000 by 10 p.m. tomorrow. That feels like we should be able to do it. We had a couple of really wonderful gifts come in this afternoon that it sort of accelerated things. Yeah. So right now, one of them is a guy who's going to match the to gifts up to a 50 here. And so yeah. So we were at 30, and he said he would match the next 10. Yeah. So for what that's worth, we're still inside the match. If you want to hit us on your way out, thanks. Or scan that QR code. Yeah, we'll do our best. We'll do our best. We thankfully we've had a lot of warm company and good friends, and that's been super encouraging. And I really want to see if I've gotten a reply yet from. Nope, I still don't know exactly when Commissioner Curtis is going to show up. But awesome. Well, we'll see how it goes. Oh, it's my niece. I forgot it's my niece's birthday. She turned 27 today. We send her love. Nice. Awesome. Okay. So anyway, we were saying that we're gonna have some really great people coming in tonight, sitting around the fire and visiting. We've got some chairs, thanks to Brian.
I got another chair.
Hubert bringing them down, and what we don't have necessarily is a program exactly for tomorrow night. I hadn't really thought that one through. So what we're going to have some music tomorrow in the late morning after church. We'll have some violin and guitar down here.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool. I wonder if maybe tomorrow night we could get some worship going or something. That would be really cool. Get Brian to come down with his guitar, Brian Hubert. I bet we could totally do that and finish this thing out with some worship. That'd be really cool. Let's see. I am, Tristan, I promise I'm signed in as the mission when I'm clicking on the I, and it's still just not necessarily showing it to me. But thank you so much. I'm sure I'm doing something wrong, and I'm sure I'm not doing a good enough job explaining it or something. But thank you for trying. It's really trying to help out a poor soul with technology issues. Thank you so much. Okay, it's super starting to slow down around here. It's I don't know if you can tell, but like the traffic in and out of the store was huge about an hour ago, and it is just about nothing right now.
There's lots of close, empty parking spaces.
Yes.
the temperature is going down and down and down and down. So we're probably losing a degree a minute, or a degree every 10 minutes. I'm not sure. I'm going to find out. It is currently 38 degrees. We're gonna hit down to 28 for the overnight low, and so it's not as cold as it's gonna be. It's gonna be colder. Yeah, Tristan, it's the millennial in me. You're so funny. You are. We miss you guys. This is so fun. Interacting with you. It's reminding me of just what great people you are, and how we miss you. You should move to Yakima. Just personal thought right there. I think everyone should move to Yakima because Yakima is awesome. But I know that not everyone will. Hey, so one of the things that we've been talking about a lot. Sean is coming to spend the night with you. Yay! How fun! So yesterday we had a teenager here, and I asked him if he could spend $25 on something if he wanted, and he said yeah. And I said, well, would you spend $27.70 on 10 meals for folks at the mission? He said, deal. And so it's 17-year-old, which means that anybody can do that. Anybody can help. And then I told him he should come spend the night with us, and he's actually coming to spend the night with us. Yep, he's coming down here. That's so cool. Thank you, Liesel. That's so much fun. I need Shannon Love to help me with some worship music. I agree. We'll see if we can We'll see if we can wrap out our 60 hours with some worship tomorrow in the evening. That'd be really cool. Especially since I'll be here and I'll be missing church, and that's I don't like missing church. I love being at church, so it'd be nice to wrap it out with some worship. That'd be cool. So Shannon Love, if you're watching, then we'd love it if you wanted to come down and help out, or something like that. Or Gary could come down with his guitar, and we could do some worship tomorrow evening, and we'll live stream it. That'll be pretty cool. Because not everybody is going to be down here at night, and we're supposed to be out here till 10 p.m. tomorrow, seeing how much progress we can make on this 60K goal. Can we get to 60K? Can we get over 60K? If we don't get to 60K, how close will we get? But it sure would be fun. A fun way to end with some worship. That'd be nice.
You guys mentioned what you're doing. I should have brought my guitar.
You play? Oh. Well, then maybe there's our solution, right there. I wish I could. Well, I could. Oh, hey, Justin Bowles. Merry Christmas to you. So Justin Bowles is in the comment stream. Justin used to work at our national association, and now is the COO at Miracle Hill Ministries, which is in South Carolina. And is a really neat mission there, doing some really great work. Hey, it's good to see you, Justin. We're trying to do 60K in 60 hours. We're sitting at about 45 right now. And not all of that is showing in our little thermometer gauge, because a couple of it is a couple of gifts that they haven't been activated yet, but they are in the pipeline, I promise. So I've been out here since 10 a.m. yesterday. I'll be out here from 10 a.m. yesterday to 10 p.m. tomorrow night. And part of this was a tradition that has been happening inside this community for like 20 years ago. This really neat guy. Oh, thank you. This really neat guy started this thing called Operation 10 Cup. And so Dale would be down here for like 100 hours. And then he passed a little surprisingly. And so a different guy named Dave picked up the thing. And for 7 years, he kept Operation 10 Cup going, and would sleep in a box right out in the front of the grocery store. And I'm not doing the box thing. I'm doing the tent thing. So since Justin is watching, there's my tent. So we slept there last night, and we'll be in there tonight too. It's going to be 28 degrees. I don't know what the overnight low is going to be where you guys are, but probably not 28 degrees. I'm not sure. But it's been so much fun. This is my local grocery store. I live in this neighborhood. Hey, Merry Christmas. Don't worry, we're
Well, we're not weirdos. I'm the CEO of the Union Gospel Mission, and thank you so much. Yeah. Well, it's been a hard year for donation for giving, for financial giving, because everything costs so much now, and so it's had an impact on the Salvation Army, on us, and so I'm spending 60 hours out here to try to raise $60,000. Been out here since 10 a.m. yesterday till 10 p.m. tomorrow, and we're sitting at 45,000 so far. So we've made a ton of good progress. Yeah. So no pressure, you know. Thank you. Yeah, super grateful for that. It's super fun. Yay, thank you. Thank you for your support. Yep, Merry Christmas. It's stuff like that, like running into folks that are already supporting us that it's just so encouraging. And I met a Korean War vet since I've been out here, a Vietnam vet, a guy who earned a Bronze Star in Vietnam. It's just amazing folks. And so Justin, hey Justin, are you still watching? Give me throw a little thumbs up in the comment stream if Justin Bowles is still watching, because the other inspiration for this is Brandon, who would do something like this. He'd sit on a park bench in front of his mission. Okay, awesome. Yep. He'd sit on a park bench in front of the mission in Winchester, Virginia, for like 24 straight hours and talk to people, and it was just super cool. And so we got a variation on that. Last night and tonight we're going to end up with some evening programming from 7 p.m. Good night. From 7 p.m. to about 9:30 p.m. Last night we had folks down and we did these long form interviews with them about their journey of homelessness and addiction and recovery and now leadership at the mission. And tonight we'll have our jail chief in, and we'll be talking about some work that the mission's doing with our local jail. And then at 8:30 our time, one of the mission's graduates who's just doing super well and really neat leader of a man named Sean Gutierrez will be down, and we'll have probably an hour-long interview with Sean. And we're live streaming simultaneously on Facebook and Instagram and YouTube through with a platform called Restream. Lets us do all of that at once, and so super fun and fun to hear from you, Justin. I hope that your family is really enjoying the move to South Carolina, and it's not Colorado Springs, but maybe even better. I don't know. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how's the move going so far for you guys? I'd love to to see how that's going. Susan Richmond, how's it going? Justin says, doing well in South Carolina. I'm so glad to hear that. So glad to hear that.
Y'all by yourself?
Yeah.
What's up? Pew pew.
Chuck, you know
Chuck,
Mike?
I'm Mike
Hey,
Johnson.
Mike, I met you. I don't think we met before.
No.
What about you?
My good friend Chuck Clevenger.
Okay.
He was the youth director for Sacred Road Ministries out
Oh.
in Swan,
Okay.
and he's someone that has been started as a youth, come up, is taking over his spot, a native from Yakima.
Nice.
So he's bumped up to more of a management position.
Yeah, I don't know about it being up, but yeah, I've been bumped. So we're still kind of in that transition a little bit, but yeah.
That's cool. Well, good to meet you.
It's good to meet you.
Awesome. You're welcome to pull up a tent and join us if you want.
It wouldn't be the worst thing, but I've actually got to go get my daughter from work here in about 10 or 15, 20
Well, she probably wouldn't appreciate it if you texted her and said, "Sorry, honey, I've decided to camp out in front of the grocery store instead of pick you up."
But he shared the live stream.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah.
Like I said, you guys are awesome. So,
Well, thank you.
lots of
Yeah.
good things and-
Well, and I know. I mean, I've heard tons of good things too, and so I'm looking forward at some point to when the Lord has the mission working on the other side of Union Gap, and
as soon as you run out of things to do, we're all in that boat. Yeah. As soon as things calm down.
Did you grow up in Wapato
I
or?
grew up in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So my mom and her family is all from Chattanooga.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. My grandparents are buried in the National Cemetery there in
Okay,
Chattanooga.
yeah.
Yeah, and still got family on Lookout Mountain.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's really funny. So you
Yeah.
grew up in Chattanooga, and
Yeah.
what brought you to Washington?
Sigurd Road. I mean,
Okay.
So I grew up in Cleveland, which is just north of Chattanooga.
Okay.
And
Yep.
I went to UT Chattanooga, graduated. That's where I met my wife.
Okay.
And we moved to I mean, she was living in Chattanooga. Her parents are Pakistan. They came.
Oh,
They came over in
interesting.
the '60s. Yeah. I think both their grandfathers were became Christians in Pakistan, or I guess it was India back then. But
Yeah, it's not exactly the safest thing to be a Christian in either Pakistan or India.
yeah, yeah.
Uh,
But yeah, it was. So yeah, so yeah, we lived in Chattanooga. I married a first pres in Chattanooga, and they started sending mission teams out to the Yakima reservation.
Huh.
We signed up. Years later, we're moving out here.
Amazing. So how long have you been out here?
Just about 15 years. February 2009 is when we moved out there.
Okay, so I've been in Yakima 5 years, but I grew up in Southern California, and joined the Army. That brought me up to Washington at Fort Lewis, and that was way long time ago. When was that? I arrived at Fort Lewis in 1980. I joined the Army in 1987 and got to Lewis in early '88, and met and married a Washington girl in '91, and we went away to college in Texas and then grad school at Pepperdine, and then back up to Washington in '97. And King County, Seattle, Tacoma area from 98 all the way to 2018. So 20 years, and then moved over here. So I have loved it. I love Yakima so much more than I ever loved Seattle. The traffic is awful. I love the sun here, and I mean, it's a beautiful city, and it was an amazing city. I'm so glad for the work that I got to do there. But give me a choice, and I'd choose Yakima 10 times in a row.
It's definitely a mindset between being in a city like that, big open spaces.
Oh man, yes, so much so, so much so. My mom and my sister just moved to Spencer. It's like the middle of nowhere, central Tennessee. So about an hour just like due north of Chattanooga. So yeah, exactly. The furrowed eye. Yeah, there's not much out there.
I came to play Spencer. I had a job after college. I drove from basically Chattanooga to Knoxville twice a week for months.
Well, and you probably didn't go. You probably went up one of the interstate that goes north out of Chattanooga northeast. Yeah, and right, and or then there's the one that goes to north out of Chattanooga northwest, right, to go up to Nashville. And so so there's really not much in the middle, and that's where they moved to. So like Spencer is like a wide spot in the road practically of a town.
I used to know a lot about the wide spots in Tennessee. I mean, I was just talking to my mom this morning. And she's always sort of.
Thank you, Brian.
She'll say she's not remembering stuff, but she'll say, "Well, I'm glad you're out there." And what do you think you'll ever come back? I'm glad you're out there. And she said, "I think this is where God wants us all." I said, "Yeah, I think so too." But I tell her, all her siblings live with about 3/4 of a mile from each other in Cleveland, Tennessee.
Oh wow!
They would just walk to each other's house. My Uncle Jack lived here, and then my Uncle Melvin lived here, my Uncle Peter lived here. So yeah, those wide places in the road.
Yep.
Remember the day I found Hanging Dog, North Carolina, just on the other side of the state line. I'm like, this is a place I want to check out.
Hanging Dog?
Hanging Dog, North Carolina.
Is there a G on the end of hanging?
I I think there is.
Okay.
But I don't think we pronounce. I think it's a silent.
It's a
G.
silent G? Okay. It's just wondering, like, if you looked it up on Google Maps, would it actually be spelled without the G on the end?
It's got the G.
Because it wasn't until you said hanging dog and I went hanging dog, and then I felt all really weird for saying the G, for actually pronouncing the G. That's too funny. Okay, so what time is it? It's 6:30. We still don't have Kyle Curtis yet. I hope he gets here by 7.
Yeah, all right. I'm getting off at 7, though. We head straight home after that.
Going around the campfire.
Nice. This is great.
Oh man. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna just assume that he's busy, like packing or something. But I'm gonna give him a call again.
I'll probably do ahead.
Yeah, you gotta get off.
Yeah. So luckily they close at 8. I don't have to get her closing. That's always on their. They'll let her go before, and then there's nobody there.
Right.
It's not a great place to be. He's his kid just set up in his room. He's got no room in his room.
So you're gonna do the bedroom.
Yeah, I don't want to put it out in the garage. Oh, it's cold.
Oh.
So,
You get a little open.
well, I'm not worried about it.
Oh,
Excellent. Okay, and we're going to check on Chief Splon as well. Just make sure everybody's underway, doing the thing they're supposed to be doing.
we're up to $10,000. So once that happens, we'll be at 50. So then we just have to get the remaining 10,000. Thanks for stopping by.
No problem.
Hey, it's great to meet you.
Praying for you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, just double checking, make sure, we're still on good for 7 o'clock tonight. Oh man. Okay. Well, we'll miss you. Thankfully, we've still got Ginger coming out, so that'll be a good interview for the, I don't know, like 25, 30 people that are watching live online at the time. So we'll miss you tonight, but we'll have to get you on the rebound at some point. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, bye. Okay. Well, good thing we have built redundancy into the system. Yep. Okay, so here we are. We got some folks watching. I got to admit, my voice is getting a little tired, and so I'm and I got to admit, I'm feeling a little tired. Like I'm starting to be like, and it's only 6:30.
Yeah, well, you get rejuvenated.
I will.
Again,
I will get rejuvenated when they get here. I think I need to exercise a little bit or something. Jump up and down, keep things going. Merry Christmas. Gotta jump around. You know what I need to do?
shoot something.
I need to shoot something. That's right.
Well, I'm not putting the cup on my head.
You know what though? This thing is surprisingly accurate. Yeah, it is really decent. Hey, Merry Christmas. So let's find out. Let's play a little bit, because play will wake me back up again.
I'll put the cup out in.
Okay. All right. Okay, there's the red solo cup. Susan, thank you so much. Yes, I'm so encouraged. Oh, I love it. Love it. Love it. Thank you so much. Okay. So back out there. Somewhere out there. A little bit more. Okay, that's good. Oh, we're going to totally lose this ammo, but it makes for a good camera angle. Whoa, boom! Okay, can I get 3 out of 3? Let's do it again.
I didn't see where the projectile
There's 2 out of 2. Hey, we've got one more. Bam, 3 out of 3. I am, yeah. We're out here for 60 hours in a row, raising money for the Union Gospel Mission. It's like Operation 10 Cup 2.0, you know. So it's been a really soft giving season for most charities, and like most of them, the UGM's a little behind. And so I'm the CEO of the mission, so I'm sleeping out here for a couple. I'm Mike. I'm Rick's successor. Okay. So Rick retired and moved to Boise to be with his kids.
Thanks for what you're doing, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, see you in the mail all the time, kids.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, take care.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Hey, welcome everybody. Just saw a couple people join us, and we've got a little bit of downtime here between 6:30 and 7. 7 o'clock is when we're going to have some conversation going around the fire. And I'll admit I'm feeling a little tired because I've been out here since 10 a.m. yesterday. So I'm rolling up on our 10 a.m. Friday. It's 10 a.m. and so it's Saturday. Wait a second. I'm starting to lose track of stuff. 10 a.m. Friday to 10 a.m. Saturday was 24 hours. So to 10 p.m. would be 24 plus 12. That'd be 36. So I'm already on 34, 33 hours. Yeah. Yep. So I'm been out here for like 33 hours so far, and I'm feeling tired. Like I can feel it. And even though I can talk for a long time, I'm starting to. I need to do something to like keep myself awake and engaged. And so, can we do the cup thing again?
Sure.
But this time you stay here.
I'm going to make it more difficult.
Oh, what are you gonna do?
I'm going to give you a moving target.
You're gonna give me a moving target? That's no fair. Oh, that was close. So we're trying to raise $60,000 in 60 hours, and this isn't part of fundraising. This is just part of me like trying to stay awake for right now. Well, but hopefully it's entertaining as well. And hopefully I don't shoot any of the wrong people either. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Don't shoot.
I won't. I'm shooting the solo cup. I'm not shooting the people.
All right.
I promise.
No worries.
That was earlier though. The police chief let me shoot a solo cup off of his head.
Oh, nice.
That was pretty fun. Okay, let's try one more time here. Okay.
Jedi.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, you should try it. It's pretty decent. Here, let's trade places. All right. So there's 3, 4, 5. Well, there's 4, 5. Okay. So it's just bolt action,
Okay.
Okay. It's that simple.
So using the sights, do the sights actually work?
Yeah, you need to aim a little high.
That was good.
Got to aim a little high. See what I mean?
I think it's
Oh yeah, it went right under my hand.
I didn't even see it. Okay, a little bit more.
Hey, see, not bad, huh? That's pretty amazing, actually. Yeah. Well.
Chase down the bullets.
Okay. So about 15 minutes, we'll have Ginger Gustafson here, and hopefully by then we'll have Kyle Curtis as well, Yakima County Commissioner, because I really want to make sure he gets to hear Ginger. Okay. Let's try.
All right. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for helping us out, and thanks for supporting us, and thanks for the encouragement in the comments, and thanks for watching. And yeah, at this given moment, it's me. But here comes Dan with another night. Oh, that is a nice camp chair. I gotta get me one of those things, man. That's pretty good. Costco. Man, thank you for being here so that I'm not all alone. It's so nice. Super nice. And thanks for getting people to watch tonight and making sure that they're getting a chance to hear from Ginger and from Sean Gutierrez, so that we can get this word out about what God's doing at the Union Gospel Mission in Yakima, and how he's putting lives together, and how he's showing people that he doesn't make disposable humans, that zero, not one. There's not one disposable human that he makes. That every one of them he makes is treasured and made in the image of God. So that's our fundamental message to folks that are struggling, and whether it's families in homelessness or somebody who's been living on the street for a long time. Our fundamental message is that God loves you and has a great plan for your life, and we're here to help. So we follow Christ in helping people move from homelessness to wholeness, and it's such a privilege too. So Merry Christmas. Yeah, thank you. So thank you for your support, and thank you for your encouragement, and I'm just like filling time right now while we're waiting for 7:00 for Ginger and Kyle, and have a good conversation, get about what's going on in jail, and how God is working in outreach. I feel like, what's that?
I gotta try to get a little Larry.
Look at that. Yeah. Oh, can you see it on the screen?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Cold.
Yeah, it's dropping. It was 38 on its way to 28. Yeah, it'll be hit.
My project manager Zach said
Yeah.
he just saw me on Facebook Live. He says I look cold.
That is so
Oh,
funny.
Zach, I got this heavy coat. But hey, make sure you share this feed, Zach, with all your Facebook friends.
Yes. Yeah, we really want to make sure that people are getting a chance to see, especially what's going to be happening here in about 15 minutes. So about
18.
Yeah.
I should be sorry.
It's so sweet. Super sweet.
Yeah, I gotta try to track down Larry Bennett. The
Okay.
chaplain there. I've been meaning to do that, and I keep getting distracted.
It's going to be really interesting when Kyle shows up to find out if he's planning on being in this tent or if he's bringing his own tent. Because right now, I think, well, who else? Who else did I say was going to be spending the night tonight? You and me and Kyle Curtis and somebody else though. No, I can't remember now. Like this is really fascinating. Like I'm really starting to notice that that my brain is starting to slow down. That is so interesting. Yeah, we had me and Rob last night, and tonight we're supposed to have you and me. Oh, I was thinking Erin. That's what it was. But she's not going to actually be able to spend the night, but she's going to swing by after 8. So that's who the fourth person was. So I'll keep watching every car that comes in the parking lot, watching for Commissioner Curtis.
Okay.
See which one it is. Merry Christmas. Okay. Well, yeah, I have no idea what he drives either. So I won't even know until I can actually see his face to know it's him.
Hi, Larry. Don't know if you do Facebook or not, but check out the Yakima Union Gospel Mission live feed.
Ah.
Let's see if you can flies or not.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's time.
Oh, time to get
Yep, I think it's time to get the fire going. So let's see. We're gonna put that here, and start getting stuff set up here. Hey, welcome! Yay!
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Yourself?
Good. I'm Ginger.
Oh, Ginger? Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Are we getting a fire going?
We're about to light the fire.
Yes. Just in time. How'd you sleep last night?
What's that?
How'd you sleep last night?
Not bad at all, actually.
Really?
I was really pleased. I've got some decent stuff, from my time mountain climbing.
Right.
So I'm the CEO of the Union Gospel Mission, and I'm out here raising money for the Union Gospel Mission. We're trying to raise $60,000 in 60 hours. So I've been out here for 32 hours already, and I've got 28 hours more to go. I'll be here till 10 o'clock tomorrow night. We spent the night here last night, and I'll be spending the night. Woo! That was exciting. Be spending the night again tonight.
Oh.
And so thank you for your support.
So you guys gonna stay right here all night?
Yeah, I'll be sleeping there tonight.
Not me all night.
Not her. She gets to go home tonight. But yeah, I'll be out here with Dan, and we're just trying to get a fire pit that works. But there we go. Oh, nice.
Here's a voucher, so thank you. There's a little shop here called Fort Heaven's Cake, and there's a couple boxes. I get all kinds of treats there.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
All right, can I give that to you? Just put it on the table somewhere in the middle of all of our mess. You know what we should do? We should take a quick second to clean up a little bit here.
Oh, yeah.
Got a lot of stuff.
Let me see how I can help here. Got all kinds of good snacks. I should have asked if you guys needed coffee or anything.
So, what did you want to take this mac and cheese home for your kids, or
Yeah. Put it. I'll put it in the car or something. It'll stay cold.
all right.
Yeah, it'll be like putting it in the fridge.
Are you done with your protein?
Yeah.
Now that I just put my hands all over it.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna go put this in the car. I'll be right back.
You guys at least have an air mattress or something soft to sleep on? Oh, nice. I worked in outreach in the mission. Yeah. Yes. That's me and others on our team. Oh, perfect. love those calls from businesses too. And those numbers have been, the number of businesses that are aware that they can call us has been increasing. So it's really cool.
Yeah. I asked Michael, what do you think I should do when they camp on the sidewalk in front of my building? Call Ginger.
Yes, yes, please do. Please do.
Okay. Looking for anything and everything that I can throw away in order to reduce the amount of clutter I've got here.
More chocolate covered things. There's our gauge marker. Should I put this in a tent maybe?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Thank you.
Did you guys say somebody else is spending the night as well?
Supposed to be, we're supposed to have County Commissioner Kyle Curtis.
Kyle went on outreach with me. It was great.
Okay. I misunderstood. He says if you're still, he said he can't camp out Friday, but if you're still planning to be out Saturday, that would work for me to help or come by. And so I misunderstood. I thought he was I thought he was confirming Saturday to spend the night. Kyle Curtis. But I sure would love for him to be here in person for these stories. So we'll see. I tried to give him a call and I sent him a text. So we'll see.
Kyle's great.
Yeah, I like him a lot. Yeah. Okay, so I need to get this microphone on you. Just
Is it a clippy?
Yeah, clip it right in there somewhere. Woo!
How's that sound? Can anyone confirm that you can hear me?
I
saw that Carla and Travis were out here
Oh, it
last
was so
night.
cool.
Who else was able to come?
Guy. Oh, thank you. There's a guy out here named Rob Vickers who was with us, and a guy named Brian Hubert, and a guy named Brian Stevenson, and this was entertaining.
Yeah, I'm like, don't burn yourself. Kind of has the feel of little fireside chat here.
A bulletproof rider.
All right.
Wonder if it's finally starting to.
Run out of fuel.
Yep.
Well, I think it shut off when you moved the lock.
Oh, that makes sense. Awesome. Okay.
So tell me what your connection is with the mission here.
Just a friend of Mike's.
Oh, awesome.
Got to know him through the trainings that he does.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think we met before that, though.
We did through the mission. You came. You were. I think I first met you at Waterfire. You came to one of our like our little community briefings up in that upper area at Waterfire. Yeah. So initially through the mission, but then when I started doing these tactical workshops for firearms folks,
I didn't realize that those were open to the whole community. That's cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, I do training for our own folks.
Right.
Then I also do these community-based things. And we've done them mostly at churches, but we actually did one of them at Waffles after they closed. It was like, what do you know?
I remember that.
What do you do if you're in the restaurant when somebody comes in with a gun to rob the place? And
Yeah.
that was super cool. I hope we can do that again.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot of fun. So Dan's been to a few of those, and
Nice.
we've just become friends and been over to his house for dinner, and it's been
Very
really
cool.
nice. Yeah.
Now here you are,
Here I
camping
am.
out on a sidewalk.
And now here he is, hanging out on the sidewalk in front of the grocery store. So for folks who are watching, Ginger Ridout is Ginger Gustafson.
Either one. I'll answer to either one.
Yeah, sorry. Is the missions outreach manager, and what I wanted to have happen here is Chief Splunk.
Yes.
But then I just gave him a call about 30 minutes ago, and he said, "Oh, I meant to text you. Sorry, I've got this family thing."
No.
Yeah. So we're not going to have Chief Splunk. But talk to us about just a little bit about just your own experience of coming to work at the mission.
Yeah.
So you've been working at the mission now for a couple of years.
Yeah. Over 3 now.
Over 3 now? Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Yes.
That's incredible.
Time flies.
Yeah, but not in outreach and programs the whole time.
Correct.
And so tell the viewers sort of your story a little bit about but pick up when you came to the mission. And then we'll get to some other stuff, later, maybe if that's interesting.
Sure,
But what I want to focus on for now is what's happened in the jail and what you're doing with outreach. So
Absolutely. So I came to the mission. I guess everyone comes to the mission a bit unconventionally. Everybody kind of has their own story of how they were called to work here. But I had purchased a table, or the bank that I was working for had purchased a table to an event that the mission put on. And I found myself in the middle of the day, tears streaming down my face, just so touched and encouraged by the work that was being done down at the mission. And I knew right then, I think it was 2019, that I really wanted to be a part of it. Hello.
Wow, thank you so much. Oh man, they're still warm and everything. Oh
That's
man,
wonderful.
thank you. Thank your wife for me too. Oh, who else is coming? Somebody else is coming. Oh, Dave Krieger's coming back. Dude, I just got delivered
All right.
warm brownies, dude, still warm from the oven. Yeah. Oh, amazing.
Hello.
Thank you. Tell me who you are.
Russell Groston. My wife is Jane Sullivan.
Oh, awesome.
Yesterday we dropped some money off.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's all hers.
So lemon, tea bag.
Thank you. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Thank you for this. This is so great.
You too.
Notice where he's putting it right on his lap.
Right
That's
on
what
his
I'm
lap.
not-
Yep.
That's what I do.
Yeah. Anyway, cups.
Thank you. Oh, it's perfect. Right on time too. Okay. Warm brownie.
I'm all set.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you've got hot water in there?
Yeah, yeah.
I could use that. I could use the hot water.
All right, hold on to that.
Thank you.
And let's,
And tea, even.
Yep. I can tell my voice is starting to take the impact of
Talking around the clock.
30 hours. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So just to pick up where I
Yep.
left off.
so you're working at a bank,
I was working at a bank, sat in on an event and was just super touched and inspired by what was happening.
Mm.
And immediately knew I wanted to learn more. I started watching your Facebook Lives.
Yeah, during
And-
COVID.
Yeah, during
Yeah.
COVID. And
Thank you.
was actually hired to work in the accounting office. And so that's where I got my start. And since then, I have slowly transitioned through departments, and now I'm in outreach. And since July, I think.
Yeah, and that was after you had some, before you were working on the outreach team,
Mhm.
you were on the North First
Hi.
campus. Hey, welcome. Oh, Chase and Jennifer.
I gotta go.
Oh,
Third time today.
okay.
Be back in the morning early.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So kind.
So you're working in that,
Bye-bye.
the on the admin side and the thrift
Right.
and on side of things on North First, where your office was,
Yeah.
and
Thank you. Perfect.
and you had. So what made you talk about some of the experiences that you had before you became
yes.
outreach, right? Like before you worked on outreach, that of just having to do, respond to,
Absolutely.
to stuff going on out on the
Well,
campus.
first of all, they had a hard time keeping me at my desk because I'm just so drawn to what's happening in adult shelter and out on the street. Building relationships and getting to know people is kind of what I love the most. And there were definitely a few times and continue to be times where staff from other departments will respond to a crisis that's happening out on North First simply due to proximity. They're in the right place at the right time. And I was fortunate, I guess, enough to be able to be there for a few of those instances for sure. And I knew at that point, this is the work that I love.
And a few of those instances, meaning what exactly?
Overdose. Another individual was experiencing some. Can we just talk about it?
Yeah.
Suicidal
just
feelings.
Just don't name.
Yeah,
Don't use any names, right?
for
But
sure. Yeah, just suicidal thoughts. Really in full crisis, needing somebody to talk to. And so I sat with that individual until a DCR was able to respond. And
DC, for those of you who are watching, DCR is designated crisis responder.
Yes.
It's the term for a county designated mental health professional who makes an initial assessment as to whether someone is safe or not to themselves and to others. And so,
correct. Yeah.
So when someone is experiencing suicidal thoughts or has stated their desire, to attempt suicide, then a DCR, designated crisis responder, hopefully will be someone who'll come out and make an assessment. And so until that person arrived, there you were, even though you're like on the admin side of things and the operations side with thrift, you're sitting with somebody who is experiencing suicidal thoughts and talking about their desire to die.
Right.
And did that freak you out?
No,
what was that like for you?
Not really. And surprisingly, because my husband likes to make the joke that at home I am a huge baby. I need him to kill a spider or get my ice water and my soft blankie. But at work, it's a whole different thing. And when faced with somebody that's really hurting or in crisis, it feels natural to respond quickly and with compassion.
That is so interesting. What do you think that's about? That home and at the mission, it's you have a different experience, of that.
I don't know. I think we've all gone through something in our lives where we've experienced hurt in different ways, and seeing people go through that and not having really anyone else to be there for them or encourage them. I want to be that person. I've had people in my life be that person, and I want to be that for somebody else.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel like for a long time I was having to figure stuff out myself, but then God started bringing along some people in my life that that were able to pour into me and be there for me, and so getting to pay that forward feels like a really precious gift.
Yes,
that God gives. Yeah,
it really is an honor.
Okay, so so you had a couple of these crisis experiences, and it didn't freak out.
No.
And so then when we had an opening in outreach, you said to your boss, "Hey, I think I want to do this," and she said what?
My boss has always been extremely supportive of me, and definitely could probably see that is where my heartstrings were being pulled. And so she really encouraged me to pray about it, and she talked it through with me, and ultimately really encouraged me to go for it.
And okay, so that's just like also one of the things that I love,
Mhm.
you know, about the mission is that the place exists to help people have a chance to actually go after that beautiful plan that God has for their life,
Right,
right?
right.
And so if we're not doing that with each other, then it's
Mhm.
really hard to give away what you don't have, right? It's
Yeah.
really hard to enroll folks into an experience you're not living.
Sure,
You
yeah.
know? And so I love that you know that your boss was like, okay, let's pray about this, and
Hi.
hey, are you sitting with us for a while?
Yep.
You gonna come hang out? Lovely.
All
Have a seat,
right.
man.
Pull up a chair.
So Ginger, Chase, Ginger.
I feel like I know you. Yeah.
Chase is one of our super volunteers at Summit
Mhm.
Thrift and Books. Hugh and Sharon were here earlier today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was so nice to see them. And then there's actually a family connection that I'll talk about a little bit later, but I don't
All
want to
right,
get us too
yeah.
off topic.
Hey, nice
You know,
hat
for
too.
now.
Way to represent.
Merry Christmas, thank you. So July you started in outreach, and and what, you know, how'd that go? What was that like? You were like, yes, finally, you know, I'm doing what I was
Yeah.
born to do, you know.
Well, you know, with anything, there's a learning curve, and going from an office to initially, I was filling the vacancy of the North First Street position.
Yeah.
And so that position is largely picking up garbage and engaging our folks that are out there in the morning.
That are right around the mission.
Right
Yeah.
around the mission,
Um,
down a couple blocks either way, north and south.
Yeah. So if you're watching, you know, a lot of people drive by the mission and they see homeless people right around the mission.
Yeah.
And sometimes that makes people mad at us, you know,
Yeah.
and they feel like, hey, you know, here's all these people, and they're having a negative impact on the environment, and you're the one that's clustering them,
Mhm.
Union Gospel Mission. And actually, I get it.
Yeah.
You know, I get it. And so there's a really phenomenal restaurant right across the street from the mission. I mean, it's truly amazing.
Mhm.
And I would tell everybody to go there because the food is incredible. The owners are wonderful. And they've got, you know, to deal with the fact that they're across the street from the Union Gospel Mission.
Right.
And so we have an outreach position that just does outreach right around the mission, out on the
Mhm.
sidewalk, trying to clean up the trash, trying to engage folks, trying
Yeah.
to, you know, get them to come in instead of be out there.
Right.
And that was the position that you first started in outreach.
Right. Out of necessity. And it actually gave me such a great taste for the people that we serve. You're really, it's, I don't know what the term would be, but it's really boots on the ground, really interactive with our people. And it's pretty intense, to be honest. It's pretty all day long, high need. Yeah, so pretty busy position.
Can you tell us though about an experience during that early stages of your moving into your work in outreach that just really made you go home at the end of the day,
Mhm.
like thanking God?
Yes.
Like, wow, you know, like maybe it was a hard experience, but it made you go home at the end of the day
Mhm.
thanking God. Can you
Yeah.
think of something in
I
particular?
can think of so many things,
pick
as a
one.
matter of fact.
Yeah.
And so many times I'd go home and just like, wow, I can't believe I get to do this, because some of the times you're really sitting with people that really they just want to feel like somebody cares to hear what's on their heart.
Yeah.
They really want to be heard. It can be pretty lonely in street homelessness. You're constantly on the defense, concerned about the weather at the very least, getting robbed or overdosing. There's all sorts of worst case scenarios that can happen that put a person super on the defense, and it's hard to relax. But at the
Yeah.
end of the day, these people have the same desires that anyone else in the world in any economical position have, and that's the desire to connect and feel love and know God.
Because it's a base human need, you know, like every human being needs
Yeah.
to feel connected to other people and to
Yeah.
not be alone.
Mhm.
And every human being needs to love and to be loved,
Right.
period, whether they live in Iraq or whether they live in Yakima.
Yeah.
God has made us in a way that we're born into families,
Mhm.
And for the most part, parents love their children,
Mhm.
and as best as they know how to.
Right.
And sometimes they're not as great at it as they end up looking back on and wish that they were, right?
Mhm.
Because at that point in their life, they weren't as good at some
Right.
things, and they hadn't become the person, and that they in their 50s, right? That they hadn't become that person yet.
Mhm.
And so not saying that every parent does a great job necessarily loving their kids, but every parent, like, unless they're a sociopath, wants to love their kids as best as they can and as best as they know how. And every kid needs the love of their parents,
Yes.
whether they live in Myanmar or Tanzania
Right.
or Yakima, right?
Mhm.
Every kid needs the love of their parents. And if you don't get that, it leaves an absolutely gaping hole in your soul.
Mhm.
And so there you are out there talking with folks who
Mhm.
may or may not have ever known what it's like to be loved by an actually safe person.
Right. And that's really key, is being that safe person, being somebody that doesn't want anything from them, that has no ulterior motive other than to serve and be there.
Yeah. And so I asked you, about a time that you went home just
Mhm.
so, like, thanking God because of some experience. And can you think when you were like, oh, so many?
Yeah.
So pick one.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll pick one. I can think of a particular overdose that I recently responded to, and this individual had become really special to me. You meet a lot of people, and some you get to know better than others. And this individual is extremely intelligent, well spoken, just has great humor. I mean, I would truly consider this person my friend, and we nearly
Absolutely.
lost
I
them
get it.
to overdose and didn't. And I continue to thank God
Yeah.
that this person is okay.
And so were you around, and as a part of intervening in that overdose
Yes.
situation?
So this person actually lives under an overpass, and I just by pure happenstance happened to go by there and check on him that day. And he had accidentally overdosed, and responded, called the paramedics, and began CPR after administering Narcan.
Okay, so there you are, administering Narcan, administering CPR,
Yeah.
To someone that you very genuinely and authentically
Mhm.
experience friendship with. Not just that you
Yeah.
consider a friend, but that you actually experience friendship with.
Yes.
Um, what were you feeling?
I was terrified in that moment of losing this person. I began praying that God would just be with us in that moment, because there are times that I feel completely ill-equipped as just one person. But I did feel some peace, especially once the paramedics responded. The 911 dispatcher was amazing. She was such a comfort. So yeah, a lot of feelings in that moment for sure.
Yeah, a lot of them. I think that some people watching, whether they're watching live or whether they watch it later, might be surprised to hear us talking about someone who lives under an overpass, or as a friend,
Mhm.
uh, authentically, like
Yeah.
as a friend.
Yeah.
And I feel like they would be tempted, right, to explain that to themselves by saying, oh, you must be a really unique form of human being, or or you're just a saint, or you're different than the rest of us.
No, certainly not.
Yeah. Um, yeah, hold on a second. Autumn is asking if she could come pick up the cash and the checks, and I'm saying yes.
But yeah, by no means am I unique or special. I encounter volunteers and community partners, from law enforcement to code enforcement to the gas station clerk down the street. I encounter so many people in our community that genuinely care. So knowing that, I'm not special.
I've encountered a lot of people out here who
Mhm.
genuinely care. I mean,
Yeah.
like it's been really touching. It's been deeply touching.
Yeah.
And so, and I'd want them to understand, why, let's unpack this a little bit. Like, on what basis would you say, hey, this person is a friend, not a client or whatever, but a friend,
Yeah.
what makes you say that?
Well, like any friendship, you get to know each other and share parts of your life. You get to know parts of their history, if they served in the military or had a family, or, just like any other friendship, you get to know one another. You spend time together. It's not based on anything you can get from the other person. It's just true, genuine care.
Yeah, and okay, and so you get to know them, and their story sort of becomes part of your story. And as a result of that, you care, right?
Mhm.
But caring about someone and being their friend,
Mhm.
a friendship implies mutuality, right?
Absolutely.
And so, how is it that
Hi.
you experience their friendship?
So,
You know,
um,
how is it that you experience, like, hey, this is my friend? What is it that you're?
how it goes both
Yeah, how
ways.
does it go both ways? Because
Yeah,
it does.
it does go
'Cause it
both ways.
does,
Yeah.
you
So
know?
my daughter, my son, will come by the mission. These friends of mine know my story to a certain extent as well. They know about
Yeah.
my kids. They know that I live in Silo with my husband, or that my kids play sports. It's truly mutual. It's not just someone needing something from me. The door goes both ways.
Yeah, and so as you have allowed yourself to be known,
Yeah.
right? Um, you, what is it about that you have experienced, in return? So like you're learning his story, and you care, and hopefully he knows that, right?
Mhm.
As one of your friends on the street is learning your story.
Mhm.
What is it about their side of the relationship, that is blessing you?
They're such an encouragement to me. Whether it's their humor, or I'm working past 5 and they remind me to go home. They remind me to keep my family as a priority too. And it's cute. They help me out when they see me hauling trash. They're quick to intervene. And also I feel a sense of like family protection when we're out there. We look out for one another.
They look out for
look
you.
out for me in the same way that I care about their safety.
Yeah, so I think this is something that I think a lot of viewers would find
Mhm.
surprising or interesting, right? Like, do you, how do you experience your sense of safety? When you're out there.
Well, you might be surprised to know that when I was first hired at the mission, the the ducts, like the heating ducts overhead, would come on, and I would jump because I was so scared, or I was nervous to walk to the gas station. And truly, all of that fear has faded away. I go to all sorts of places in Yakima County, from alongside the river to downtown alleyways to anything in between, and I truly feel God's protection, and as well as, like I said, a sense of
The protection of folks
protection
out
of
there
my
looking
friends
out for
there.
your friends. Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, and they know who you are. Like, they know you by sight, they're like, oh, hey, there's Ginger,
She's almost gone the other way. She's like, I'm gonna go do this, and I'm like, please don't. Please take someone with you.
Yeah.
Well, and of course, we do want to make sure that we're being wise and everything. So I wouldn't want viewers, whether live or later, to hear me saying, oh, don't worry about your safety ever for any
Yeah.
reason whatsoever. If you're a woman out on the street, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to drive at here is that the relationship really does go both
It
ways,
does. Yeah.
and that
that folks know that the mission loves them, and that you love them, but not just you, that the mission. And when the missions outreach van drives up, like people know, okay, our friends are here, right? And that they look out for us. I rolled up one time to a place in Seattle, close to what's now known as the jungle, and in Seattle, and I started to walk up a pathway to go in towards where folks camp, and the jungle is sort of known as a bit of a lawless zone, and that doesn't necessarily bother me too much, in part because I know I can take care of myself, right?
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily universal. That's the result of a lot of years and years and years of preparation. And so, but this guy comes out to meet me, and I recognize him, and he says, "Hey, you don't want to go up this path right now. It's not so great." And hi. Oh. Hey, Sam. I'm good, man. So Ginger, this is my son-in-law, Sam.
It's nice to meet you. Hi.
I'm Jennifer.
And
Hi.
Chase's sister, Jennifer.
I'm Ginger. Nice to meet you.
And I haven't explained the family connection, but I will because I don't. Yeah, because it's going to take us off topic right now because I'm sort of interviewing Ginger for the camera and our live viewers. But thank you for stopping by and saying hi. You're perfectly welcome to come spend the night in the tent if you want. Just saying.
Leave your daughter all alone.
She wouldn't be all alone. Exactly.
I'm a city guy.
Okay. Well, it's a tent on concrete, so it should feel at home to you.
Why would that?
Well, you said you were a city guy, I don't know. Love you guys. Love you, buddy.
Bye.
So this guy comes down the path to meet me, and he's like, "Oh, hey, you don't want to go up there right now, and it's not safe for you."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Oh, dude, I'm not worried about it." And he's like, "No, like, there's some stuff happening up there you don't want to be a part of." And I was like, "Okay, got it," and like they know that we're their friends, and they look out for us, and I'm so glad to know that you're experiencing that too,
Yes.
that because that's what friends do, so what you've described, this is so interesting to me. John 15 verses 12 through 15, Jesus says, he says, "This is my command, love one another as I have loved you." It's verse 12. Verse 13, he says, "And greater love has no one than this. No one has any greater love than he lays down his life for his friends." That's verse 13. Verse 14 says, "And you are my friends if you do what I command." Verse 15, "I no longer call you servants, because the servant doesn't know his master's business. Instead, I've made known to you everything that I've learned from my Father." And so, okay, so what are the two things he said that makes friends friends? Friends let each other in.
Right.
They know each other, right? And they look out for each other.
Yeah.
Like
it is.
Exactly. And so that's literally what you're experiencing. Of course,
truly.
of course you think of these guys and folks as your friends.
Right.
You let each other in, and you look out for each other. Hey, welcome. This is us. I'm Mike. I'm the CEO of the Union Gospel. This is Ginger. She's one of our outreach managers, and we're just interviewing her live and talking about outreach and stuff like that. Dan Skilperord here is the owner and operator of Columbia Plateau Roofing, and you look like you are here to contribute towards our 60K goal. Can I invite Dan to grab that cup and and what's that?
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely, yes. To Union Gospel Mission. Yep. And we've been collecting stuff up, several times a day. So it won't.
This is getting matched. There's a match of numbers.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So whatever it is double.
Literally, like we had a person pledge about 5 o'clock today to match the next $10,000 of donations. Yeah. Yeah. So
How long are you guys here?
I will be out here until 10 p.m. tomorrow. So a total of 60 hours. And we're attempting to raise $60,000 in 60 hours. And you are helping us get there. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
It's been a hard giving season.
Everything's so expensive.
Everything is
You
so
guys have any
expensive,
water?
and it just is.
guys
There's
have any
less
water?
money to go around. Hey Dan, she's handing that to you. There's just less money to go around than this time last year, and everybody's experiencing it. Salvation Army. I have friends that run missions all over the Northwest. I'm the district president of our association in the Northwest U.S., and so I've got colleagues running missions in 32 cities
It just
around
seems
here.
like everything, like groceries and
Oh my
gas,
gosh.
everything's gone up like
Yeah.
30%.
Yeah.
It seems like a lot.
It is. No, there's
Yeah.
stuff that is flat out doubled over last year in 1 year. It's just stunning. Like I do not at all believe that our inflation rate is like 6%, or 8%. I don't know how they're calculating that.
Mhm.
Because in my lived experience of it, it is more like between 30 and 50%.
Seems like it.
Mhm.
Yeah, big time. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Thank you for
thank
caring
you.
for others.
Thank you voucher. It's
Okay.
for Heaven's Cake right across here.
Oh, okay.
They-
Nice.
They-
I've never been there.
Oh well, may you. They're really cool, really neat,
I've
really
seen
neat
them.
place.
The cupcakes and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really neat. So they said, hey, we want to give a credit, essentially a store credit, to folks that come over and make donations, and as a percentage of the donation. And so thank you.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a great evening. Thank you for coming down.
Stay warm.
We'll do our best.
Yes, Merry Christmas
Yep.
too.
Merry Christmas. Yeah. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, people are so
Just
generous.
drove down here to do that.
Yeah.
Just amazing. Just amazing. Okay, so I got us off on this tangent of just friends, right?
Yes.
So you're Narcaning and CPRing your friend,
Right. Yeah.
and it is legitimate friendship because you let each other in on what each other, and you look out
Mhm.
for each other, and you care about what happens to each other.
Yes.
And that's why you look out for each other, because you care about what happens to each other, and it doesn't it feel like a sacred gift to receive that from someone who right? Who has to survive by not trusting people.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Like they have to survive by not trusting people, and so to be treated in friendship
Yeah.
by someone who has to survive by not trusting people feels sacred.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. Kind of like I was mentioning, people are just so on guard all the time.
Yeah.
Because they have to be.
Yeah, they have to be, is right.
And so to let somebody in and allow that friendship, you're right. It really is sacred.
Yeah, and it touches,
Mhm.
it touches you like deeply and forever. Like it changes you.
Yeah.
Like it changes you.
Mhm.
And so like, if there's anybody watching who who is currently homeless, maybe you're watching this live stream, maybe you're watching it later, and not live, that I really want you to know that that our lives are changed and our hearts are changed because of your
Yes.
friendship. We are not the same people because of your friendship. And I know that might be hard to believe, really, but it's true. It's actually true. Like when you let us in, we feel so incredibly honored by that, because we know that that you've let folks in that have stabbed you in the back and let you down and worse, right? And worse. And so to receive your friendship feels like a really sacred trust, and I hope that we'll do our best to live up to it. We won't always do it perfectly because we're humans too, and we're being saved by grace too. But thank you. like truly, thank you. Thank you for changing our lives and our hearts, because you gave us your friendship, and we will never not be touched by that, and we'll never be the same, because of it. And everyone who has volunteered at the mission, everyone who's ever worked at the mission,
Yes.
knows what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Everybody who's worked at the mission and everybody who's volunteered at the mission, they know what I'm talking about. It is that it changes us. Like we
Yeah.
feel like we have been given something sacred
Yes.
that isn't given some other way. It's only given in this way, and it's just so beyond words, right?
That's so true.
Yeah. So thank you.
And if you haven't had the chance to come down and volunteer or take a tour or anything like that,
Yeah.
I would really encourage you to. There's a variety of ways, departments, and hours of the day even that you can do that.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for putting that in.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. You can actually volunteer with Ginger. She's going to make sure she trains you first a little bit,
Yeah.
and doesn't throw you in the deep end of the pool. But there are ways to volunteer with Ginger. So
Mhm.
okay, so there you were. So I asked you about a day, that you went home thanking God,
Yeah.
and I said it might have been a hard day, and your answer was, yeah. Recently, I CPR'd and Narcaned one of my friends,
Mhm.
and they lived.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah.
and like 5 years ago, you were working at US Bank.
Correct. Yeah. Sitting at a desk, minding my own business, and here we are. So,
Yeah, literally 5 years ago, you were working
Yeah.
at US Bank,
Yeah.
and fast forward 5 years, and you Narcaned and CPR'd a friend of yours
Yeah.
experiencing homelessness, and they lived, and you got to be a part of that, and yet I'm pretty sure, I'm just guessing, but I'm pretty sure that even after that, what you would say is that what is even more precious is just that they're your friend in the first place.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And even if it were just this one person, it's all worth it.
Yeah. So people that don't do what we do for a living,
Yeah.
They would probably think, wow, knowing you saved a life, right?
Mhm.
Is this incredible thing and to say, yes, and I'm very grateful for that, but actually merely being
Right.
this person's friend in the first place
Yeah, just having
is
the privilege
actually
of
more
knowing
significant.
them. Yeah, just having the privilege of knowing them.
Yeah, and it's true. Like it's not happy talk. Like I promise, it's not flowers and rainbows and unicorn happy talk. Like once you've experienced it, you get it.
Mm-hmm.
Once you've experienced it, you get it. And I'm stuck.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know
I'm
how.
in.
I don't know how I'm
I'm
ever
in.
going to do anything else. Like God is going to have to if I'm going to do anything else, God's going to have to
Pry you out.
flat out, tell me, or pry me out with a crowbar or something. I don't know what, because this stuff is just so amazing to get to be a part of. And so, okay, so now you've been doing this for about 6 months, going on 6 months,
Yeah.
something like that. And you've been able to be getting into jail recently.
Yes.
Yes. And
Yes.
so let's talk about jail.
Sure.
Homeless outreach in jail.
Mhm.
Okay, wait a second. But if somebody's in jail, then that means they're not homeless, right?
Not true.
Okay, explain that.
Okay, so some people, when they get released from jail, they really have nowhere to go. They didn't have anywhere to lay their head at night prior to being incarcerated, and they won't upon their release. And so these individuals that we're serving and meeting with are self-identified as being homeless, meaning they don't have stable housing upon their release.
Okay, so when they get out, they don't have any place to go.
Correct.
And so without revealing anybody's name or identifying anybody, think of though somebody that you have that you've been talking to and working with in jail who's made a really big impact on you.
Yeah.
And what is it about them that has made a big impact on you?
Yeah, this is a super easy one for me to answer. I feel there was an individual that I was, along with other agencies, along with other people that I work with, even kind of pursuing this person. They were really deep into drug use and challenges with mental illness. And so being super worried about their safety all summer long, I was constantly on the lookout for this person, trying desperately to get them to come into shelter, with not much success, honestly. And so recently this person was arrested and held on some charges. And, some people might not equate being arrested and held on charges in a happy light, but to me, it was such a breakthrough, because sometimes that's the safest place for them in that time.
Yeah, when you love somebody,
Yeah.
right, and they become harmful to themselves,
Right.
and then someone comes in and interrupts that harm, you're grateful.
Yeah.
And not because, yeah, good, the cops got them, not
Correct.
in this
It's
judgmental way.
not that at all.
No, it's not that at all. It's more like, hey, I'm so grateful that this person is their harm is been interrupted.
Right.
By the way, Marjorie Taylor is a volunteer cart driver on the Greenway, and she says, "Thank you, Ginger. Your outreach has helped on the Greenway."
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, super cool. And I just got a message from Aaron Black, who's been watching online. We got a hold on our flight and had to switch planes, and just finally got into Seattle. She had been hoping to be here. They're driving home now, but she's actually watching online while they're driving home. Hi, Aaron. So thank you. She says, my sincerest apologies. It's been so great to watch. We're so glad you are,
Yeah,
Aaron.
so glad.
I really wanted you to be able to be a part of this in person, but we'll take it online too. And so knowing that you're watching is really cool. So, okay. So there's somebody that I asked, has really impacted you in jail, and the impact is like, you've just been really grateful they're not
really grateful that they're alive,
they're alive.
And not only that, but receiving mental health support in jail. So getting their meds stabilized and having counselors to talk to, and really just being able to take a break from the drug use to the point where their head is clear enough to start making potentially healthy choices for themselves.
So I think that part of what you just described would be really surprising. That, because most people, when they think of jail, right, they don't make the distinction between jail and prison. And so, like, jail is where you're going to be for less than a year or while you're awaiting trial.
Yeah.
Okay. Prison is where somebody goes if the result of their trial requires them to be incarcerated as punishment for longer than a year. So generally speaking, prison is for felonies, right? And jail is for misdemeanors, generally. Okay, it's not a perfect example, but it's generally.
Yeah.
And prison is, what people know of prison is what they've seen in TV. And prison does not look like a place where people are getting mental health treatment and all this other kind of stuff. But jail is actually where a lot of this stuff is happening, right? A lot of it, because part of jail's purpose is to get someone the mental health treatment they need, so that we can find out if they're competent even to stand trial for something that they've gotten arrested for. And so a big part of jail's purpose is to try to bring these services around somebody. And that's perhaps less so in prison. Part of prison's purpose, prison hopes, right, to rehabilitate somebody, but the truth is that, largely speaking, prison's purpose is to deter crime. Hey, you don't want to do a crime in the first place because then you're going to go to prison and it sucks. And that's not.
And not
happy, right? That's not really happy.
Jail is such a fun place to spend your time either, but our hope is that people have a little bit of time to clear their head and are offered some resources. And really, that's what this coordinated jail outreach has been about. Chief Splon, to his credit, I think this is kind of his brainchild, and it's taken off, and different community partners have joined up. It's been such a privilege to see truly his heart for the inmates, and that they aren't just an inmate, but truly somebody that's suffering, that's trapped by whatever they might be challenged with.
Yeah, and I would want I would want to believe that that the chief, that Bill Swan, would that whoever our jail chief, right? This is a better way to put it. I would want to believe that whoever our jail chief is would want all those things. We don't have a hypothetical jail chief; we have an actual one named Bill Swan, right? And and I like to believe that part of what makes Bill what he is that he's a follower of Jesus, and as a result, he knows that God doesn't make disposable people, and he knows that every person in his jail is made in the image of God, right? And so it's hard for me to imagine how you could be a jail chief and trying to also follow Jesus and not want to do all these things.
Yeah.
And so I would hope that everybody else would want to do them. Too, and I'm not saying that only a Christian jail chief would do nice things. That's not all what I'm saying. I'm just saying, that I can't imagine how a Christian jail chief wouldn't want to do all these things, simply because there are these things about Christianity that compel us to care about folks in rough, broken situations. Because we believe that the truest thing about them is not their mistakes. The truest thing about them is not that they're a prisoner. The truest thing about them is that they're a creation of God who loves them and has a great plan for their life.
Yeah.
And that God, when he sent Jesus, he said, that's the truest thing about you, right?
Yeah.
Like, I see that you've sinned, I see that you're a sinner, right? But I believe that the truest thing about you is that I made you to do a bunch of great things, and that I love you.
Yeah.
And that if he hadn't sent Jesus, okay, then maybe the truest thing about us is that we're a sinner, we deserve to be judged. But that John 3:16, when God so loved the world that he sent a savior instead of a judge, what he was really saying is, yes, you sinned. And the truest thing about you is that you're my kid and I want you back.
Yeah.
That's pretty powerful stuff. It's pretty powerful stuff. And I know Bill, we go to church together, and I'm so grateful that our chief believes that everybody in that jail, the truest thing about them is that they're God's kid and he wants them back.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty good thing.
It's really good.
that our jail chief actually believes that about the people in his jail.
I can see that he believes that really clearly too.
I think it serves the public interest that he believes that. Like if there was only one Christian left in the city, the city should want that person to be the jail chief.
Yeah, that's really good. Yes, please.
That's what I mean. That's all I'm trying to say is not that you can't have really awesome jail chiefs that aren't Christians. I'm just saying, if there was one Christian left in the town, the town should want that person to be the jail chief, because they can't give up on people by virtue of just what it means like to be a Christian. And and I know that to be true about him, right? And so now but I went to church with him and you didn't. So now, as you've been going in there and working with the county and with the jail, what's been your impression of Chief Swan, but also the folks that work with him? What's it been like to work with the jail staff?
Well, the entire staff there has been incredibly compassionate and caring, professional. We have an opportunity to debrief after meeting with about 10 people, I think, are in our group. People, inmates in the jail. And I think that's about the size of our group right now. And after meeting with each person and creating sort of an exit plan, and the exit plan is designed to reduce that revolving door of people reoffending and rearresting and, on and on and on. The goal is to create a plan, a sustainable plan for when they're released. So after that meeting happens, we debrief, and Chief Swan and his staff are a part of that. And, I witnessed him getting choked up because he was so moved by actually this one individual that I was just talking about. So the compassion is there. It's very genuine.
I do feel like I want to give a quick shout out to say that you are by no means the only staff member at Union Gospel Mission who has done great work in the jail. And if there's a way for the internet to get this back to your predecessor,
Yeah.
I would want her to know that we honor the work that she's done in the jail, and we're grateful for it, and we get to, and we're doing our best to carry it on, and that we still love and respect. We still love and respect. So, I do feel compelled to just give the props.
Yeah, that's so important, and because for me it goes without saying, but it is important to remind people that a lot of what I do and how I'm able to do that was because of the example
of
that
those
she
who've gone
left.
before you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we continue to love and respect those who've gone before,
Yes.
and we're grateful for them. And it's real. It is real. Okay, so what outcomes have you seen so far? Like, tell us a success story, like a victory story.
Absolutely. So sometimes you aren't quite sure when people are going to be released, but we have had a couple people that are released and did follow the steps on their release plan. Meaning when they're released, they call a community partner. Sometimes it's me, sometimes it's somebody else, for a ride, because sometimes you're released and you walk straight out onto North First. That's a really treacherous place to be for somebody that's trying to remain clean or avoid tricky people or situations. The temptations are there. So if we can have a safe person there to transport them, either for an assessment to enter treatment or to enter shelter, or even just a ride to a family member's house, which could be the case. It hasn't yet, but it could be. We're there to partner with them in whatever way keeps them off the street and safe.
Yeah.
So we have had a couple people released and follow their plan. Somebody called Comprehensive. Comprehensive brought them to us. We got them checked in. And so that partnership was really great. And it was a success. Yeah.
Yes. So it's just so exciting. I think the community really does want to know that that the pieces work together.
Yeah.
Because the pieces don't always work together, maybe perfectly, right? But when the pieces work together, the community knows intuitively, right? Like that more better outcomes are more likely when all the pieces are working together, you know? And so this is really super cool. What what if you could wave your magic wand, right? What would you change, if anything?
Off the top of my head, I would change odd hour releases because if you are a homeless individual being released with no transportation and no phone in the middle of the night, the odds of you remaining clean from drugs and alcohol or getting to a safe place are really slim. So
that's just common sense.
Yeah.
Does that happen a lot?
Well, maybe not a lot, but enough to be concerned about. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then that's something we might want to make sure we get in the workflow and in the conversation.
And maybe, not even just with Yakima County. I'm talking people will get released from prison and transported back, or they had to go from Yakima County Jail up to check in at a prison just to be processed. And then they're sent on a bus back and they'll arrive in Yakima 3 o'clock in the morning, released with no phone, no money. So.
Wow. Like that's crazy.
Yeah.
And that the Department of Corrections, like it's like they want some. I don't think they do, but like if the DOC wanted people to fail, it would be hard to distinguish right from what they're doing.
And if we
when that's the situation, so I'm not throwing stones. I'm just saying that that doing that, and if they're doing that and they don't want people to fail, it's hard to tell the difference
Yeah.
between what they're doing when they don't want people to fail and what they would do differently if they did want people to fail. Like it's hard,
Yeah, and
you
you
know?
know, who knows what goes on in the back end, and if that
Yep.
drop off time is unavoidable, then at least what I would love to see is
Communication, coordination.
communication, yeah, so that somebody in the community could pick them up or be there, just be that landing point for them.
Well, and you know, one of the man, I feel like a broken record, but one of the things I've said a ton is that the nature of child abuse in the lives of our folks, right, is that hey, people could do bad things to you and no one saved you, right? And therefore you must not really matter. Like you must not really count. When we can do whatever we want to you, and you're just shafted because you don't count, right? You don't really matter. And I feel like sometimes what you're seeing on the street is people acting out for attention so that they'll finally matter to somebody, right? They'll matter for all the wrong reasons, but teachers experience this all the time in their classrooms, you know, when they have kids who are just totally ignored and abandoned and traumatized at home. The kids come into school, they act out, but when they act out, all of a sudden all the adults come around them and all that extra relational scaffolding feels good to the kid, even though, right, it's discipline. And so just run that out into adulthood, right? And imagine that you can't even act out for attention. Like when you act badly, everyone still pretends you don't exist. You know, like how would you? Well, maybe you really don't matter. Maybe you really don't count, right? And then if somebody finally does arrest you for all that, and then they just sort of like dump you out with no phone, no money at 2:00 in the morning, and
Reinforcing that idea.
Reinforcing that idea, right? Like that people can do whatever they want to you. You don't really matter. And so no wonder folks get stuck and folks get trapped. And yeah, you know, because of all of these things that come together to reinforce this idea that I'm just damaged goods. You know, and I'm just, you know, waiting for my return to factory date when they, you know, when it's all over. And the best I can hope for is to have a beer and maybe, you know, a good time and before I die. You know, like, it just breaks my heart.
And it's just simply not true. I mean, we're truly seeing people's lives changed. And, you know, some days are harder than others, and it can feel like, you know, am I making a difference? But the fact is that lives are being changed. The people in the jail are truly receiving this community outreach and feeling like people do care. People are showing up here. They're following up. When I call for a ride upon release, they are showing up. We're following through on our word. And that matters to these people that have been repeatedly let down throughout their life.
That following up and being true to your word, because what it says to somebody. So friends of LCY, Life Choices Yakima, I'm guessing, said this is 100% true. As a therapist and a former investigator specializing in child abuse, you're so right. You know that child abuse teaches people they don't matter. People can do whatever they want to. But when you hold yourself accountable, right?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Sean? Great, man. When you hold yourself accountable to doing what you said you were going to do for them, right? Like what it says to them is you matter.
You matter.
You know, and honestly, your judgment of me matters. You know, because I don't want to let you down. You know, like it might be that no one has ever given a rip what that person thinks. But you do. Like you actually give a rip what they think, and as a result, you're trying to make good on your promises to them. You know, like that is so dignifying, and it's so essential to somebody like healing and recovering from all these 1,000 messages that they've gotten, that what that person thinks and what they feel and what they want and who they are just doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and it's going to require a lot more undoing than one outreach worker.
Oh, of course.
Letting them know that they matter.
Yep.
Everybody in the community. Hopefully, we get them through the doors of the shelter. More people loving on them, and even just anybody in the community that's interacting with somebody that might be experiencing street homelessness, just acknowledging that they're there, sometimes goes a long way, because you can start to feel a bit invisible.
Oh, yeah, big time. Hey, I want to acknowledge a friend of mine. I know this because I work in homelessness. I'm friends with criminals, and so there's an Australian watching, and of course he's a criminal because he's Australian, and
Oh, boy.
Australia is a nation populated entirely with criminals, and so Stephen Gunning, thanks for watching, buddy. Thanks for taking the time. It's good. Congratulations on your retirement. And we look forward to when you come out to Yakima and visit us. Okay, what time is it? It's 8 o'clock, and you got here earlier than I thought. Thank you for coming
Hi.
out. I still want to ask her a couple of questions. Is that okay?
I'm here to hang out with you.
Thanks, man. I want to acknowledge Lowell Krieger over here. Lowell is the director of, what is your official title?
The
Executive director,
of
okay.
the Yakima Housing Authority.
Yep, executive
awesome.
director of Yakima
I'm
Housing
Ginger.
Authority.
Nice to meet you. Hi.
Thank you as well.
And Lowell's out here to spend the night with us.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, and so
Fun for you guys. I'm going home.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Thanks for coming out and joining us, man. I really appreciate it. So Ginger is our outreach manager, and we've been talking about the work she's been doing in jail, but also, and out on the street, and I'm trying to find the right sort of question to wrap this up a little bit. I got into a conversation yesterday with a couple who came up and was asking about like what's going on with folks, and why are people out there, and I talked about adverse childhood experiences, and essentially kids that are growing up in survival mode, and therefore they just don't get to do the tasks of development that grow into someone who has a dream, right, and gets to go out and do a job. And like Travis was here last night, and I told him, that in my world where I was growing up, one of the most common questions an adult would ask a kid is, what do you want to be when you grow up, right? And I asked him, if anybody ever did that for him, and if not, did he at least have any ideas of what he wanted to be when he grew up? And he said, I'm not sure that ever occurred to me.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Isn't that hard? But when you're growing up in survival mode, right? So here I'm having this conversation with this couple, and I explain all this to them, and the husband's response is basically, so what you're saying is, so is it correct that what you're saying is that basically what we're looking at out there on the street is folks that are beyond rehabilitation?
Mm-mm.
And I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like of course not. Of course they're not beyond rehabilitation.
Yeah.
But what he heard in this was stuff got broken in them as kids a long time ago, and now they're adults and it's all grown up, so like they're just shafted or something, and so my question for you is, like, what gives you hope? What gives you hope?
Well, every day, honestly, as I get to know people, and even something so simple as sort of a wall being, coming down, people that might not be willing to have conversation with me, getting to know me a little bit over time and having that trust to just have a conversation, that alone gives me hope. Somebody who has previously only come into our front porch area due to fear of being around other people, or just distrust of organizations or people in authority, or what they perceive to be as people in authority, people coming inside and enjoying a cup of coffee, any sort of forward momentum of walls being broken down, that gives me hope. And I see it, I witness it on a daily basis.
That was going to be my next question, is, and how often do you
daily.
see that forward momentum?
Daily.
Yeah, because I think a lot of folks in the community
they are right that that we're seeing a lot more unsheltered homelessness than
Yeah.
has been the historical norm for Yakima.
Mhm.
And so that, oh, thank you so much. Ugh, thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, we're privileged to get to do what we do. It's a gift. So thank you. Thank you. All right, gotta drop this one in the can. That's so awesome.
We have such a generous community.
Oh,
We really
it
do.
is, and so there's folks that see this increase of unsheltered homelessness and despair,
Mhm.
and feel like like things are only getting worse, right? And it is true that is up over what we're used to, and it is true that it's not like that in most other places, and it isn't, and I can prove it definitively that it is not like this in most other places. It is only like this on the West Coast. And I can prove it definitively. It doesn't have to be like this. We do not have to be leaving people out on the street to die. And we're choosing to do that on the up and down the West Coast. Like, this is the West Coast norm. And it's killing people, and it doesn't have to be, and it makes me mad. That said, what it doesn't do is make me despair.
Right.
It makes me angry. Right, it makes me angry because it doesn't have to be like this, right? But what it doesn't do is make me despair, because every day I'm seeing people make these steps, right?
Yeah.
And so yes, there's people going out on the street. Yes, there's people that are still sort of struggling in circles out on the street, and yet it is almost. I mean, it okay, I'm trying to find the right way to ask this, because it's not guaranteed, right? It's not. It's not guaranteed. But what percentage, right? What percentage is your experience that if you take the time, if you get the time, and you're given the time, if someone is willing to give you the time to interact with them, then what percentage of folks that you work with respond in some tiny way?
In some tiny way.
In some tiny
Yeah.
way, what percentage?
That percentage would be really high.
Okay,
and
and
the
then
spectrum is broad.
of course,
perhaps,
of what the response is,
is.
but a very high percentage
Yeah.
move towards that in some way.
Yeah.
And then if they get it again, they move towards it again. And it
Yes.
might be that there's a million tiny steps that take 5 years
Yeah.
to walk,
Yeah.
but we want and need to be loved. And if people will let you love them,
Yeah.
the overwhelming majority of them will respond.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier, just the human desire to be connected and feel love. So.
Yeah. And it doesn't mean that it's a straight line, and it doesn't mean that it's fast. Travis, sharing his story, his first trip to juvenile detention, to juvenile prison, he came out actually wanting to be sober, and tried to be sober for a while, but didn't have a supportive environment, and fell back into it, and then a long process of gradually deepening despair. But through the whole time, like, there was a part of him that wanted to be different. He just didn't believe he could. He didn't want to be that Travis, but he didn't believe he had any other choices.
Yeah, that's a really common theme in what we see out there. People want to be better. People aren't. They're not living their best life on the side of the street, and they know that. They know that that desire for a better life is there, but wanting that and believing that you're capable of change or that you're worthy of change, that's a different story.
Yeah, and so thank you. People,
like these guys, this old, some neat, I don't mean this in a bad way. I just mean that I did
Whoa.
some neat senior citizen couple, just drove up and dropped off a gift, and said thank you for what you do,
Yeah.
right? And I never know how to respond to that really well, except to say, like, it's a privilege. Thank you for
Right.
letting us, for supporting us to do it. It feels like whatever God asks us to do, we get more somehow through the process. Whatever He asks us to do for others, it's like we get more than we give. Like, and I feel like that. And so to whoever's watching, thank you for letting us do this stuff. Thank you for letting us be there to Narcan and CPR. Although I mean, you're not me anymore, because I used to be the guy doing that, and now I'm the guy doing this stuff.
Yeah.
But thank you for supporting the Unity Gospel Mission to do this work. It is so essential, because we have to speak back into the world the truth that every human being is made in the image of God, and God loves them and has a great plan for their life, and has proven it in Jesus Christ. Because if we are not speaking that message back into the world, then every alternative message is that there are some people who don't count. There are some people it's okay to do bad things to. Every alternative message carries some version of that. Unless what you're going to say is every person counts. And if you're going to say every person counts, what are you going to base that off of? Right? Like, what are you going to base it off of? And I base it off of the fact that God has already proven it. God's already proven that He believes everybody counts. And if God thinks everybody counts, I'm not going to argue with that one, because I think God is going to win, And we have to speak that message back into the world now more than ever. And so thank you for supporting the Unity Gospel Mission to speak that message into the dark at night, along the river, under the overpass, and into the internet. And thank you for coming down and spending some time.
Yes.
Thanks for being my friend, my team member.
Yes. Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah.
Try to stay warm.
Oh, Ashley Jager's watching. Hi, Ashley. Hi, Carrie Roberts. I'm gonna take that microphone from you.
Probably a good idea.
It probably is good. We don't want you to leave with it. Can we pray?
Yes, please.
Father in heaven, I just lift up Ginger to you right now, and I thank you that that she didn't have to invent care for poor and broken people, that you did, and all she has to do is follow. Thank you, God, that in giving us this mission statement, I do think you gave it to us, we're just here to follow Christ in helping people move from homelessness to wholeness. That what you told us is that you're actually already at work loving and caring for folks that aren't sure they're worthy of love or care. In fact, they might be pretty sure they're not worthy of love and care, and you're already on that job, and all you're asking us to do is follow. So thank you that Ginger didn't have to invent any of it. That all she needs to do is follow your son. Will you please lead her, Jesus? Will you lead her? Lead her to exactly where she should be at any given moment. That you'd guide her feet, you'd guide the steering wheel, and that she would always discover that. That what you're giving to others through her is actually giving more to her than it asks of her. Will you make her sustainable in her heart and her spirit? And God, I pray that you would sustain the resources that make it possible for her to do this, because others have given. And so, God, thank you for her. Thanks for their time after work on a Saturday night coming down here to be with us. And I lift her up to you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah.
Thanks,
you.
guys.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yep. Go Ginger. Woo! Okay. So welcome, Sean Gutierrez. Come on in here. and we're going to clip this microphone on you. And thank you so much. My pleasure. Yeah, let me get that. I'm just going to get that clipped right in. Like, yeah. What's that? Well, yeah, go ahead, man. Do what you got to do. Yeah, that's probably pretty good right there.
Yeah.
All right. So there's, I don't know what, somewhere between 10 and 20 people watching this thing at any given moment live. But then when we're all done with this thing, we'll cut it and put it on the mission's YouTube as well. And so I want to start by making sure I say thank you, and don't share any part of your story in a more detailed way than you feel comfortable with.
I'm an open book.
Well, I know that, and I thank that. Thank you for that. And I still just want to make sure that right?
Yeah.
That we only want you to be as open as you feel like God wants you to be open, and always do what God wants you to do, not just what I want you to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure I get that one out up front. So most of the folks watching right now, Jen Paddock. Oh my goodness! So this lady just signed in who runs a ministry called Acres of Diamonds, and so it's a transitional home, transitional housing program for women and a lot women with kids, but not only women with kids, I think, and she used to work at First Pres in Bellevue when I met her, and then this opened up to do this Acres of Diamonds thing. They were looking for an executive director, and I said, "Hey Jen, I really think you'd be good at this. You should check this out." And she was like, but she respected me enough, to, and thank you, to check it out. And she's been doing it now for like 15 years or something ridiculous, or 10 years or something like that. And so I'm so excited to know that you're watching, Jen. Thank you. I want you to meet my friend Sean Gutierrez, and he's going to share some story. So where'd you grow up, brother?
I grew right up here in Selah, Washington, right? And so it was for me that I grew up.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian. I grew up here in Selah. Went to school in Selah. I'm a twin. Got
identical twin.
Identical twin. Have another set of identical twins. 11 months apart. Boys as well. Grew up in a broken home, and
wow.
That didn't work out so well for us.
So when you say grew up in a broken home, what does that mean? What was broken?
Just the family life, right, of what that looked like. So, I moved up here from California, the Bay Area, when I was just under one, right next to Fire Center, right? And we owned all that property out there at the Orchard, and my grandparents did. And so we was out there, but I didn't have a father, right? Even my little brothers had a different father, right? And we grew up in addiction, right? And I learned how to make back then what they call crank, right? At a young age. And so we're making that and living that life and collecting debts and taking it to school and selling it and marijuana. And, just that life was where we started at a very, very young age.
Okay, very, very young age means what?
5th grade.
So wait a second. In 5th grade, you were a drug dealer.
I was already selling drugs, marijuana. Yep. And then going into cranks 7th and 8th grade. Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. I have to wrap my brain around that a little bit. So in middle school, in 7th grade, like I was trying to learn the maps and geography of the world, and where is Tanzania and Algeria, and on the map of Africa, and you were making and selling crank.
Yes.
I don't even know what to say to that. I've heard a lot of stories, man, and I've heard one of my friends I've done some mountain climbing with, when he was 12, it was when his mom first taught him how to smoke meth, right? And I've told that story sometimes because it's helpful for people in the community, right? They can sort of wrap their head around that, like wow, that's awful, and it helps them get like how someone ends up out on the street,
Yeah.
and how someone not just ends up out on the street, but ends up out on the street like sort of functionally unemployable, right?
Yeah.
Because how are you doing in school when you're smoking meth as a 12-year-old, right? And
Not good at
so
all.
what's that?
Not good at all.
Not good at all, right? You know, and that's been one of the more severe stories. You know, one of the, you know, he's a really kind and creative and neat man, and I'm so glad that I've known him, and so glad that I've gotten to do things with him, and so heartbroken for the fact that he never had a chance. He should never had a chance in the first place, right? That doesn't mean he didn't have one now, right? But as a kid, you know, like wow. And so, like, how did you learn how to manufacture crank, you know, as a seventh grader? Who taught you how to do that?
My mom's boyfriend.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
then, you know, it wasn't the greatest, right? Not to be glorifying by any means, but it wasn't the best crank back there then. It's that we was learning. It wasn't until I got older, as I got, right, the devil took kind of more hold of me, and I wanted to be the best at it. And I find chemists that had the same interest as me, right? And that's how we put our heads together and started doing this thing. I didn't do it for a great long time, but that is what killed my one little brother, was manufacturing this stuff, right? It took out his kidneys and took out his liver, and he ended up dying, right? Because he refused to do dialysis. And
your twin?
My
one of the other twins.
One of the other twins, yeah.
Okay.
And so, you know, going back to the school part, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
It was,
and for those of you who are watching, you know, in the comment stream, I'd love for you to just sound off a little bit, like what does it do to you to think about a kid whose family life is so broken that by the time, you know, he's in seventh grade, he's learned how to manufacture and sell drugs, you know, like a seventh grade, like full on, like Breaking Bad. I mean, like drug dealer, you know, like that's his family. Like, what does that do to your heart? You know, I'd love to see that in the comment stream. And just, how does that land with you? Yeah. Because I've been doing this for 16 years and I'm still just blown away.
Yeah.
To hear that, you know, and so sad.
It's
like,
very sad.
You know, like, I'm so sorry, like sincerely, like that was wrong.
Yeah.
You know, that was wrong. And I'm so not wrong that you did. I mean, wrong that was done to you, man. And that was wrong. And I'm sorry.
You know, you know, looking back over it, you know, I hear, first of all, I'll introduce myself as, you know, I went through the mission. I went through the program. That's why I got clean and sober. But I'm also the pastor of Celebrate Recovery here at Westside Celebrate Recovery. You know, I got my friend Brian here as well, who's moved the camera just a minute ago. And if you hear my full story, it's a lengthy one. But, you know, I didn't even actually go to seventh grade, guys. So the Gutierrez brothers, so we're us twins, right? If you hear the teachers talk about it, I'm good friends with one of my teachers that was also teachers with my little brothers and my son and my oldest daughter and my youngest daughter, right? And has now recently retired. But if you hear that story, the way he tells it is that there was no hope for these guys. We just hoped that they would get thrown in jail another day. They wouldn't be in school because it was nothing but utter chaos, right?
Yeah.
And that's, back then it made me mad, you know? And I was like, I'm going to show you utter chaos, right? And so, because I didn't have life skills, I didn't know how to deal with those things. And I didn't have a family life. I mean, we were eating out of dumpsters because my mom was gone for days, you know, and sometimes months. And there's times that, you know, we didn't have power, we didn't have water, you know, and so that's what we were doing, was trying to get enough material to make drugs. Or I was working down at Yakima Meadows, you know, unloading hay trucks, cleaning horse stalls, you know, to make money so we could eat, you know, and just the embarrassment of people knowing how we were growing up, just that guilt and shame that I carried along with me for years, right, just kept putting me down. And it's a point where this teacher wrapped around me and you know, took me to his house one summer, taught me how to build fence, taught me how to, you know, funny thing, castrate cows and brand cows, right? And just kind of learning manly work, right?
Right.
And teaching me a purpose right? He believed in God, not really a follower of Christ very well, but he planted that seed into me. And that seed being planted into me today is what I think has really helped me come where I'm at today. I just didn't have role models growing up. That's the only guy I can really say was my role model. You know, the guy I looked up to was my grandfather, who took his life right in front of me.
Whoa.
And that's when I ended up the mission. And it was, he
Whoa.
he shot himself with 357.
Right in front of you.
Right in front of me. And it
Yeah,
was,
that's called trauma.
yeah, right. And so, it took me a long time to get through that, and I fell off the deep end so bad that I just had this crazy habit that I couldn't afford no more, right? And so it led me to a point where I went to treatment 19 times. 19 times. Graduated times successfully. One time I didn't even get out of the parking lot and I was already loaded, right?
Yeah.
And we hear those stories all the time. And
Yeah.
I've known plenty of people that's done it, right? And
Yeah.
in the work that I do now, the scary thing is that I knew I wanted to live a better life and I wanted a different part of my life. And I thought that I knew who God was, and he didn't want me to be anywhere apart associated with him because of things I'd done in the past. Right.
Yeah.
The reality is that is not true. Right. God, I look at it as God is my creator. He created man, right? And he created us in his image. And what's his image? So we're supposed to be image bearers, right? And if we're image bearers, how am I bearing that image in the way that I was living back then? I was not. I was basically spitting in his face. I was doing nothing more than the people that crucified him and put him on that cross, right? And that hurt me. That really hurt me. I wanted to look at a thing of a biblical counseling and biblical 12-step program, right?
Yeah.
And about 2.5 years before I went into the Union Gospel Mission to the New Life program, I was teaching that out, right? But
So like, why? So you'd been through treatment like 19 times, right? And in some cases, didn't even get out of the parking lot, before you were using again. How is it that at some point, like you were like, you know what do I need? I need some Bible, I need some biblical program, like where'd that come from?
because it's the only thing I haven't tried.
Okay.
Right.
So, but where'd that idea, where were you? Can you remember where you were when you thought to yourself, well, I haven't tried this,
I was in the God pod.
Okay.
Right. At the Yakima County Jail, looking at 26 years in prison.
Larry Bennett.
Yeah. Larry Bennett. Right. Mac McGonigal. Right. And, those are the guys that come around me. Right. And some of the original guys there, right. Dave Roberts, from Celebrate Recovery as well. Right. And these guys, but I started getting introduced to them. But when, my family is still all involved in that circle, I just get sucked right back into it. My friends were still that circle, right?
Yeah.
And, I've learned in treatment at that time is that, you got to change your playground. You got to change your family. You got to change your friends, right? Well, I always thought that was interesting. It's like, how do you change your family? And the reality is I do have a different family today.
Yes.
Right. And the reality of that family is my I'm the only one that's clean sober in my actual blood family. Aunts, uncles, cousins, brothers. My mom is 68 years old, and she's still using. She was just taken to the hospital here a while back for an OD. And I try to speak life into them, and they just call me the preacher boy. Right?
Yeah.
And the black sheep of the family. And it hurts. Just because we get clean and sober doesn't mean that I'm not going to hurt. I think that's going to happen to me still, right? But the thing I learned that I didn't apply any of those principles to my life, just the ones that I thought that I could use at this time. And sometimes at that moment, it was just like, this is what I can grab a hold of. I know I can use this piece of my life right now. And those little slivers of clarity that kept me going, right? And then it kind of started getting more and more, and people building into me, right? And it was Pastor Elias from Westside, and Pastor Scott Thielen, and some other gentlemen that came around me, some elders at the church that I just wouldn't think were my type of people, right? Right? Like, I am the farthest thing away from you, right?
I was making and dealing drugs when I was in 7th grade, and like I'm a different kind of person than you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, to back up here a little bit, I was already going to this church. It's my 22nd year at this church, and I'm coming up on 9 years clean and sober, right? And so, it's interesting to see how that's played out, right? And what I mean by that is that 9 years clean and sober, right? I'd had all these goals that I thought would define me as a man and as a husband and as a father and a productive member of society. Okay, you sprinkle that up and throw it out the window because that ain't what it was.
Yeah.
Right. And it wasn't until I went into the New Life program, right, and started doing it there, and people wrapped around me and told me what this looks like, right?
Yeah.
And having some really, really hard conversations with Pastor Scott, at that time, and saying, okay, God, how am I going to do this? What am I going to do? My wife is filed for divorce. I was looking at 26 years in prison, for all these charges that I've wrapped up. And they're all for fighting. Everyone for fighting, and
that's the point at which you were in the God Pod, when you were looking at 26
yeah,
for a bunch of assault.
Yeah.
And
Well, I didn't know everything I knew as authority figures were to stay away from, right? Because every time I went around an authority figure, I was always in trouble. It was either a teacher, a police officer, a lunchroom resource teacher, whatever it may be in, right? I was in trouble. And that's what I took as authority. So as I look at those authority figures in my life, I learned real quick that those are people you don't want to be like. Those are the ones you don't want to be around because you're going to be in trouble, right? And so
in the Army, we call that the scold zone.
Yeah.
The scold zone was the part right out in front of the company commander's office, and you just stayed out of the scold zone. You didn't like walk past that door because if something was wrong in your uniform, and like something was going to be wrong and you didn't see it, and then you were going to be doing push-ups,
terrorist front and center.
And so you just went around, you went a different way. You stayed out of the scold zone,
And it's back up here a little bit more even is that at 13, right, I went to jail for the very first time to an adult, right, to Yakima County at 13, right? And it was because my stepdad was beating up this cop when I came in. Between that time, I was boxing, right? And so I was a pretty good fighter and thought I was untouchable. I won quite a few fights. You could probably go back in the Herald Republic and see me, quite a few pictures of me. And I got a pretty good record back then, right? Of fighting. That was a good thing in my life. That was the only good thing I had going in my life at that point. And so I could fight pretty well, right? And so I cherished that and tried to do better. But when I walked in that door and I seen all the cops there, and my stepdad's got this cop down, and the dude's out, and he's still going to town on this cop, right? And I hit my dad, and I kicked him as hard as I could my stepdad, kicked him as hard as I could in the face. The cops coming through the door is the ones that grabbed me, right, and took me down. Thank you guys. Part of my crew. Rob Maria.
Hey Amanda, Greg Shuey, thank you for watching.
Is the one that just really made me understand that, cops aren't out here to help you. They aren't out here to protect and serve. They're just, it's a big front. What's the real lie? Why would they throw a kid in jail? And that was a big stumbling block for me.
That's what you were thinking at the time,
and
right?
I carried that.
You were like, "Hey, I
years.
just got my stepdad off of the cop, and then I got in trouble.
I thought I was doing a good thing,
Here
I'm helping this cop out, right? I was clearly getting his butt handed to him, right? And now I'm going to jail too, And my mom went and dubbed my stepdad out, and I had to stay.
Oh man!
I mean, and so it was just like I get short into the stick again, really, and life just wasn't cool, and I hated it, and I didn't want to. Honestly, I didn't want to live. I just didn't know how to live without a substance in me, and I didn't care what it was back then, because I just want something to take the pain away, to do all that, just make it life go away, right? And so
Because can I ask you a question? Like going back as young as you can remember, was there ever a time when it wasn't screwed up? Because I mean, you talked about like your mom disappearing for days or weeks.
Mhm.
Having to eat out of dumpsters as a kid. Was there ever a time when it wasn't screwed up?
there was, but they were very far and in between and very short lived, right? And so my mom, she would get back on the sobriety kick or whatever, and and then she'd get hooked up with another
Another guy,
another guy, right?
and
And
yeah,
bringing guys a resolving door coming through there, right? And then cops coming and fights, and and when she married my fourth stepdad, right? That's the guy that taught me how to
how to make crank.
yeah,
Yeah,
right, and do those things. And it was one of those things of we had some stability, kind of, right?
yeah.
But that was always short lived. I mean, I remember my parents got a car. Wow, that's a big thing for us, right? When we were just kids that lived in a trailer park, didn't do nothing, and didn't have life going for us. And kids that everybody made fun of at school because we didn't have life going on for us, right?
Hmm.
And
I bet that was helpful, getting made fun of at school. Like all the stuff you're going through at home, and then you come to school and people make fun of you there, and
I get in a fight, get kicked out for the day, and go home.
yeah.
Right. And sometimes I seek that out just so I didn't have to face people. Right. And it was those coping mechanisms for me was, man, I really don't want to face school today. I really don't want to face adults. I really don't want to face, what reality is today. Well, there's a dude that I can beat up. Bam. You didn't even go, all right, see you tomorrow.
And then you get sent home, and
Yeah.
you don't have to be there, and
Yeah.
in a place where everybody else seems to be succeeding and you're not.
Yeah, because we got left behind. I mean, and literally left behind. I remember when I was in treatment one time, I said, hey, I want to get my GED. Right. And they said, okay. And he said, why would you want to get your GED? And I said, I don't have a high school diploma. And he said, you seem to be a pretty smart guy. Why do you need a GED? I don't have a high school diploma. Right.
Yeah.
And, so I tried doing that. And they said, well, you're not going to be here long enough. I just kept missing those areas of opportunities I thought were available. I
Right.
see other people getting that I was not. And I was just like, okay, God, why me? And it was just hard. And I don't really know how to explain it except that, in that time and in that moment, I felt like I could not, I just wasn't wanted as a kid. I wasn't any good at my academics, right?
Right.
I loved football, right? And I wanted to play football. And there was a short period in my life where I really towed the line to do that, right? I'd stay clean long enough when I was using in boxing to pass a drug test to go fight that night,
Yeah.
that week. And when but there was also a time when I went from 7th to 9th grade, right? So it was, excuse me, I said 7th earlier. I was in 7th. Didn't go to 8th. I went from 7th to 9th, and I wanted to play football, right? And that football was out there at Seal High School, right? And I wanted to play, and Coach A really wrapped around me pretty hard, and I kept pushing him away too. But I wanted to play football, but I had to go to the alternative school, Pulse out there, and it made me mad. And I was like, "You guys sought me out to play football for you. I have to go to alternative school, And here I am again, the outcast,
Right.
And it makes me think of, all these things in my life that were just leading me up to that. Is like, God, what's my purpose in earth? What am I here for? Knowing that there's a God out there, everybody tells me, but not having a relationship with him at that age,
Yeah.
not seeing his hand on my life, not seeing these things. People say, oh yeah, I love you, I wish the best for you, but that's all as far as it went, and those are hard times for me,
Yeah.
and not just for me, my brother. I mean, my brother's sitting down there in the God pod right now, my twin brother, and looking at some serious time right now. And it just a family dynamic of that, right? And
Right.
I'm thankful that in that, I learned that I can't do this, right? And um, I was pretty good with my hands and mechanicking. Um, and so I started doing that and started doing some schooling and learning what I knew with this little education that I had. And most people know me now as the mechanic, right? And uh, and which I loved. And when I was at the mission, that was one of the things that was my escape right there. Was you guys have it that Green John Deere tractor down there with the front loader, right? It broke down, and they said, "Hey, Debbie Carl says, hey, can you help Roland with that tractor? They want all kinds of money. They can't get that tractor running. Can you go down there, check it out, see if there's really true what's wrong with it?" Sure. So I said, we'll get in trouble if I leave campus, because I was already on the hot list. And we go down there, I check it out, and I said, oh, yeah, you got a plugged injector. That's all the problem is. What do you mean plugged injector? Clean it all up, bleed it out, fire it up. There you go. All right. I helped him push out and drove back to the mission, And so, and that was kind of my safe place. That was where I could just be me. And I felt like I was doing something in this world, right? It was something with my own hands and my own knowledge. And that did for a long time was okay with me. But then it became a part was, okay, God, here I am again. You've got to use me for something else. Right. And so now jumping back up to the mission again, I became to a part where, throughout the programs, they were trying to find out where would I fit in, what would I do when I left there, what was God calling me to do, right? So I left there, and not on good terms, all right. I don't know if I told you about that, I think I did, but anyhow, yeah. So anyhow, I got in a little bit of a scuffle with the staff member there, and
No. What? Really?
yeah.
Amazing.
Waiting for the cops to show up, right? And a couple hours go by, and Pastor Scott comes up and tells me, "Hey, Sean, we've decided that we're not gonna have you thrown in jail. We're just gonna have you leave the program." I said, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah." At that point, I've never felt so broken in my life. Here, I've been served with divorce papers. I was trying to save my marriage. I had a little girl at home, and I just didn't know what to do. And in that moment, I was so broken. And I remember seeing Pastor Scott and just shaking. I ain't gonna make it. If I leave this place, I ain't gonna make it. Right.
Yeah.
And in that, he come around me, right, and told me it's gonna be all right. And he called my wife, told her I was broken, and just showed up, picked me up, and left. Right. And I kept looking over my shoulder. Where's the cops? When are they gonna get here? And the cops never came. And man, it tore me up, that I got kicked out of a program that I thought was going to work for me, that I loved so much, that I found a love for Christ and a love for people was planted in me. And I blew it again. Pastor Scott didn't give up on me, though. Neither did Elias. And, and so in that time, they really wrapped around me hard. Bill Cox, he wrapped around me pretty hard. He really mentored me a little bit, and so I was like, okay, what do I do? How do I live this thing called life? Not on my terms, right?
Yeah.
But I need someone to really show me. I didn't have a father. I didn't,
Right.
I didn't see a person growing up in a father figure what that's supposed to look like, or how a husband's supposed to treat his wife, or how he's supposed to treat his kids, because I didn't have that, When I went to my friend's house, I seen that, and I was like, man, you guys are weird.
Yeah.
And as hard as that is to say, even still, right? It's just reality. That's what God had me. The part I really want to stress is that in all of that, and all the treatments that I went through, the people at the mission didn't push me away, right? They pushed me away for a season, but they brought me back in to help serve. I wanted to serve. I still wanted to help. You guys needed help in the automotive part. You guys needed help in maintenance. And I'm like, I ain't working. Here I am, right? And so And so 3 days out after that, I'm down there volunteering, and I get a call from a guy that says, "Hey, I hear you're looking for a job, right?" Yeah. He said, "I understand that you're pretty well known for diesel mechanic." And okay, you know.
Yeah.
And they gave me a job, right? A guy with 19 Class A felonies, right? And gave me a job in a transportation business that shouldn't have never happened, right? And so,
19 Class A felonies.
19 Class A felonies. Mhm. Yeah.
Wow.
And so, as I look at that,
Mm.
and I start doing this, right? And God gave me a job to help me support my family now, right? And I'm still going down the mission and still doing everything, and that I can to help there too, to give back, right? I felt like I needed to give back, and I really wanted those people to help kind of speak life into me still, is what I was really hoping for at the mission. And there's a few people that did that still. They didn't, judge me or push me away and say, "Oh no, that's the bad guy." It wasn't that way. But I still wanted to make amends, right? To the guy that I did this with, right? And I'm seeing him in the store, and he'd walk away, right? He'd leave his cart and walk away, right? And I'm like, "Look, I just want to talk to you. Take off." Happy to say now he's wanting to become part of my team at Celebrate Recovery, right? And it's awesome that I got to make that amends, right? He comes up and it's really funny. He knows I'm a gun guy, right? And he comes up and he's bringing me a gift. After I made my amends, he wants to make amends to me, right? And so he brings me a bunch of ammo, right? And he says, "Here, this is my amends to you," right? And I'm like, "What?" And it was kind of weird, right? And so I was like, "All right." But that started a conversation that we had, that we could go out and enjoy that rec time together, but really say, "Hey, this was my fault in this, and this, I want to own that," right? As I'd already started practicing that, right, he helped me to get back on track. And this is a guy that I assaulted right there, and left there, right? And here he is wanting to speak life back into me. Why? Right? And
but there's an answer to that question. Why? You tell us why.
Well, because he wants me to, I felt like God wants me to remain relationships, right?
Right.
And so we're relational people, right? And do we, the old saying is, we throw a baby out with a dirty dishwasher or with the dishwater, right? And no, right? And so here's this guy speaking life into me again, right? And doing that over again. And so it's a great time.
What do we got going on here?
We're raising money for the Union Gospel Mission. I'm out here for 60 hours to raise $60,000 because we have to make sure that people have a chance to get back on their feet and turn their lives around. And
so we're not selling any meth or anything.
No.
I'm joking.
No, not at all. That cup right there is how you can help out. Thank you so much. Brian will help you out with right there. Thank you.
Very good.
It's
Thank
great.
you so much.
That's
sir.
That's 2 meals for somebody else at the mission. The meal's about $2.77 at the mission, and so that $5 you just fed 2 homeless people for dinner.
That's a blessing because I used to be
It
the
is.
craziest son of a bitch in town.
Well, I don't know. Sean might tell you that he used to be the craziest son of a bitch in town.
The last time I went to prison when I got out, it was getting so old and I was tired of fighting these young kids. I hate beating them up and taking their self-esteem. But I'm 60 years old now and I just ain't into that shit no more.
Yeah.
So I told everybody in my family, you know what? I'm going to quit. And they all said, "Oh, shut up, Jim. We've been saying this for 35 years. But I just quit because when I got out, because the last time I went to prison, the judge in Seattle, she goes, I told her, "This is the first time I got this charge." And I had 2 pages of criminal history. She said, "Mr. Berger, please be quiet. I'm reading 2 pages of your stuff." She said, "You haven't done anything just one time." I said, "Whatever." So, but anyway, they were starting to break me off. This was a negligent driving ticket. And she gave me 300 days in Seattle, downtown Seattle. I said, this is too much.
And so you were like, I got to stop.
Well, it said alcohol related.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so I said, you know what? They're not playing games no more, and I don't want to do this shit anymore.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Take it easy, guys. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
God bless.
So one of the themes that has been coming up, and I'd love for our viewers to notice this, is just the positive role that the criminal justice system is actually able to play.
Yeah.
In people's lives.
Mhm.
Like it's actually not a cruel thing to say to someone who is self-destructing, like, hey, no,
Yeah.
and so here's this guy I've never met before, and he's like, you know what? They're not playing games anymore. And I'm getting old. I'm getting too old for this stuff. Maybe it's time to change.
Yeah.
And you were at the God Pod, facing 26 years, and you're like, well, I haven't tried a faith-based program. Maybe I'll try that.
Yeah.
And like this has just come up over and over and over again. And the reason I bring this up is just because the West Coast of the United States, cities up and down the West Coast of the United States, are generally speaking following this idea that that because a bunch of really crappy, unfair things happened to you as a kid, right? That it's not fair to hold you accountable for things you're doing as an adult, right? When the truth is that accountability is actually what says to you, you count, you matter.
Yep.
We're not, you're not invisible. And very, 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 very often, when it's done coupled with opportunity and hope, like at the God Pod, like it's somebody's life getting turned around.
Yeah.
And so there's obviously a way to do law enforcement that's not redemptive or not helpful, right? But there is a way to do it that is.
Mm-hmm.
And we've gotten this idea in San Jose and San Francisco and LA, and Seattle, that because of the unfair things that happened to you as a kid, it would be unfair to enforce the law with you as an adult. And actually over and over and over again, that's actually part of saving people's lives.
It is. It's a structured. It's a structure because I know in jail, in treatment, I did. I'm sure you've heard of ABHS, and so ABHS is just like prison, right? And you have a buddy, you walk the line, and and so as you go
but explain to the viewers,
So in the buddy system, right? You have to have somebody with you to go to the restroom. You have to have someone with you to go. Your buddy has to go with you, and then you have to go to the rec room. Same thing to showers, to meals time. You always have to be together with that guy. That's your accountability partner, and he's your accountability partner. And so, and you must walk the line. If you're outside of that line, there's a line on the floor. Right? And if you're outside of that line, and then you're in trouble. You're gonna get carded, right? And what happens is then so many infractions, right? Well, then we know what happens. Then you're in an infraction. You're in violation. You're gonna get a punishment, and it could ultimately lead to being out of the program, right? And I was never kicked out of a treatment center except YUGM.
for getting in a fight.
Yeah, right. And
just to be clear, for getting in a fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I knew, right? It was those life skills that I learned, right?
Yep.
And it just like get big and loud, right? And start.
Debbie Carl's watching. She says hi.
Hello, Debbie. Man, so her and her husband were big parts of me at the mission, and I was just talking to her the other day, and she had this picture of this prime rib up there, and saying that she was going to do that for Christmas Eve. And I said, "You want to adopt a family for Christmas?" She said, "Come over."
But okay, so you said you never got kicked out of a treatment center except for at the mission.
Yeah.
But when the mission said, "Hey, you're not safe to be in the recovery program because of your behavior,"
the relationships didn't end.
No, they didn't end.
We actually kept walking with you relationally.
Yep.
Just not programmatically.
Not programmatically.
You fulfilled those programs,
Yep.
but that didn't mean anybody kept walking with you relationally. And like, this is the critical difference, right? Like
This
it
is
was
it.
broken, terrible, toxic, horrid, unsafe relationships from the earliest age, you know, that wounded and damaged you, right? And only healthy, life-giving, loving, faithful relationships are going to be part of the healing.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean that there isn't a role for an organized program in that process.
Exactly.
It just means that, like, the program is like the structure, it's the canvas,
Yep.
but the relationships are the painting.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to paint on something.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
You know, and so you got to do relationships in some kind of context.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it's not the walking the line, you know, that that changes somebody's life. It's people loving you well, and part of loving you well is telling you the truth, you know, and saying, hey, because you can't be here and get in a fight, but the also truth is that we love you, and just because you can't be here doesn't mean you can't be our friend, and we can't be your friend and can't keep walking with you.
Yeah.
You know, just not here.
Yeah.
You know, but we can hear, you know, and did.
And did, right? It was just for a season, right?
Right.
That season was, Sean, you need to go away. We're not saying that you can't ever come back and you can't do this, right? But for this season, you can't be here, right? And I was, you know, I already said I was broken. I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know if I was going to get loaded. I didn't know what was going to happen, right? And but what I remembered in that time is that after I calmed down, right, is that you know, wow, this is the longest I've stayed clean, right? And I had dope offered to me multiple times, right?
Yep.
And down in that area, right? And the people that knew me, right? And it was just like, man, if I can stay clean, right? And I have a relationship with God, I've submitted my life to Christ, right? And I just messed up, right?
Yep.
And I messed up again, and I messed up again. But guess what? God didn't throw me away, right?
Yep.
And He's putting these people in my life to speak life into me. And so as I did that, these people still wrapped around me and still kept building me up, even though I wasn't in the program and I was working a full-time job and volunteering at the mission and doing what I could to help out. And then that really launched me into really knowing God, right? And just doing Bible studies with guys and you know, getting involved in some leadership classes. And then that took me out to my first ministry, right? Was at the Flying H Youth Ranch. Right. And I taught automotive out there. And so I got my instructor's license, went out there and taught automotive. My wife taught horsemanship. Right. And it was just really cool to do those things. And, you know, and I got to work in those kids' life. Like, if I was those kids, if it was me back then and I was that guy, how would I speak to them? How would I talk to them? All right. When I'm disciplining them, because you have to have discipline, how am I going to go about it, right? And some guys told me I was a little too soft, right? And some guys told me that you know, hey, you really need to hand out more hours, or you really need to give this guy a white card, you know? And you know, I was like, I'm the one handing down the discipline, right? And if I'm handing down the discipline, then I'm the one handing down discipline. You know, and it created some friction between staff, right?
Right.
But with those guys that I worked with, every one of those guys still call me, right? There's some of the guys that are still clean sober today. Some of those guys aren't with us no more because they did fall back into addiction. And there's some of those guys, you know, that work for the Forest Service, and other guys went in the Navy, you know, but they call me all the time. We have a relationship, right? And you know, they were just like me. And when I was asked to leave, you know, my time was up there in that season. And when I was asked to leave, I left. I didn't know what I was going to do. I felt like the broken guy again. What am I going to do, Lord? Why? You brought me to this point in my life to do this, and now it's all going away, right? And it kind of made me remember when in the Bible where, you know, Jesus walks away from the disciples and he's praying and he's saying, Lord, take this cup from me,
Yeah.
right? He knows what's coming, right? And I kind of, in a way, knew what was coming. I didn't know what I was going to do, and I knew that was my safe haven, right, for me and my family, but it was also how I could speak life into these young men, right? And so I went back working full time at the bus company, right, and turning wrenches, and still doing Celebrate Recovery because I was involved in Celebrate Recovery before that, and helped do that a little bit. Helped being involved in launching a couple different ones, and ultimately now at this one, right? And it was just God is shaping me and molding me with the people He had in my life and those instances to put me here, right? Drop me in little Yakima, Washington, to up here on the west side. And my thing is always this ain't a First Street problem. This ain't a Front Street problem. This ain't, this is a Yakima, not just a Yakima problem. It is a nationwide problem,
Yes.
right? And when we look at that as a whole, what's working and what ain't working, right? And I do know what's working, right? And I know that, you know, ultimately for what worked for me is going to work for somebody else, right? And that is surrender, right? Right. And so denial is the first, is the first step, right? We were talking about steps the other night when you're over here doing this, and your favorite step, right? And if I remember right, yours was step 11. Right?
I was quoting step 11.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so, and my favorite step,
praying only for the knowledge of His will, and and courage to carry it out.
Yes, amen for that. Mine is step 1, right? Because I finally realized that I can't, right?
Well, I think actually my favorite step is 3 because so for those of you who are unfamiliar with the 12 steps, or you don't know them all, you haven't memorized all of them. The third step is that we made a decision to turn our lives and our will over to the care of God as we understood Him. And what I think is so profound about that, right, is that it doesn't say we turned our lives and our will over to God, because actually that's we need help even to do that.
Oh yeah.
But it also doesn't say we turned our lives and our will over to the control of God, over to the guidance of God, or over to the sovereignty of God. It says we made a decision, because that's about all we're actually capable of. Like the action we actually need help with. Right? We made a decision to turn our lives and our will over to the care of God. Like God actually knows how to care for our lives.
Amen.
Like I on my own, all I knew how to do was sort of wreck my life, and God knows how to care for my will, but on my own, I indulged my will, right, in selfish ways. And I didn't know how to care. God gave me this thing. Like He gave me will. He gave me a choice. Like He gave me the opportunity to tell God no. Whoa. Like that's insane. Like He gave me that. And then what did I do with it? Like I didn't know how to care for it. I used my will like taking a really like a Ferrari and then off-roading in it.
Yeah.
And until the thing was just wrecked into pieces, and so my favorite step is really the third step, because what it says is that what God really wants is to care for us. That's what He really wants. What He wants is to care for us. And then even better, like that word care, it comes from the Latin word curate, and so the curator of a museum, right, is the person who cares for all of the exhibits, right? And make sure that, and so when what we're really doing is we're turning our lives and our will over to the curation of God, right? And he's gonna actually turn it into this amazing thing that people can walk through and say, wow, look at that, look at what God's done with your life. Look at how God has helped you to will and want actually good things instead of bad things, and so like, I love the third step, because in spite of all of that, He says, like, look, I know you can't actually successfully turn your life over to me, but will you make a decision that that's what you at least want to do? and if that's at least what you want to do, I'll help you from there.
Yeah.
You know, like, and it's
Right.
just, oh, he's so kind. He's
surrender
so
stage.
kind. You know, man. So yeah, I love the 11th step in the sense that, you know, where like it really does, like, improving my conscious contact with God. You know, praying only for the knowledge of His will and the courage to carry it out. Like, that's like my aspiration.
Yeah.
You know,
Maintenance step.
yeah, well, it's where I want, what I want to be as a person who just wants to know what God wants to do and has the courage to do it. Right. That's where I want to be. But I confess, right, that where I'm actually at is I need God's help to do just about anything good, you know, and so I'm so grateful that in His kindness, all he truly asks of me is do you want to turn your life and your will over to my care? And if you do, if you can make that decision, then I'll help you learn how to do it.
Yeah.
You know, how to turn it into action.
Yep.
Right. But if you'll make the decision to turn your life and your will over to my care, then I'll teach you how to live it out.
Yeah.
You know, and I just think it's so kind. He is so incredibly kind.
It is. I mean, you know, God doesn't push his authority, if you will, or whatever,
Yeah.
upon you, right?
Yep.
And that was never my case, right? Is that
Yep.
I found, you know, and one thing I can say is that I won't ever forget how people just made me feel like I belonged, right? At the mission, and the people's hearts and the staff, right? And it wasn't about me being, you know, being wrong or anybody being right when I was left, right?
Yeah.
It was like, hey,
Yep.
we mess up, right? We all mess up.
Yep.
And so, you know, I was like, what do we do? You know? And as I do that, I get to go and remember those people. And some of those people are still on staff there, right? And
well, Scott Thielen, you know.
yeah, Scott, man.
He wrote the sweetest message, by the way.
Yeah.
Can I read it to you?
Sure.
He says, Sean's story doesn't surprise me anymore. It's unbelievable and yet both real and sadly not uncommon. I've had the privilege to walk with Sean for years, and I'm so proud of him. Today, he is not only my brother, but an example to me as well. No one is too far gone to be reached by God's love and
Amen.
forgiveness. Love you, bro.
Love you, brother.
You know,
Thank you. You know, this is a guy that was a father figure to me.
yeah.
Right? I looked up to this man, still look up to this man, you know, because he, you don't have to put him on a pedestal or anything, but he was just one of the guys that, you know,
Yep.
that wrapped his arm around me, right? And
Amen.
in the beginning, I was like, "What's this guy got to offer me?" Right? And when I was approached by this man, blew me away, right? Knocked me
Yeah.
off my pedestal,
Right.
right? And you know, that's just, you know, I can't speak enough about the hearts of people that speak life into people, right? Hurt people, but guess what? Loving people love people, right?
Amen.
And that's where it's at, right? What has God conditioned our hearts to do in this valley? And that's really what I'm at, is right.
Amen.
God I felt has conditioned my heart through the trials and tribulations in my life and loss in my life to know that how to better help people with the same thing, right?
Yeah.
And you know, it's not a well, this is what we do over here and that's what you do over here. This really needs to be a combined thing, right? You guys bring people from the program, right? And they were just there tonight, right?
Yep.
Hanging out with Brian and I, and Carla brought them up, right? And we had people there, and I just love seeing that because I remember being that person, right? And man, if you can just picture a guy that's so broken, that's sitting there and realizing that they're in a song of worship and the Holy Spirit working in their lives, right? And they're taking the scales off of that heart, taking the scales off their eyes. And when you see that, from a position from where I'm at. Well, not even in my position, don't rank or nothing position, because I'm nothing but a servant, right?
Right.
And I look at that, and that's what I live for, is seeing that happening with people, right? Is that's my mountaintop highs,
Amen.
right? It is that seeing people recover, and that's part of the recovery process. They're healing, right?
Amen.
They're surrendering to God, right? And so now they can start that process, right? And I tell people all the time, is like, I will never look a person in the eye that God didn't go to the cross for either. You know, when people say, well, why don't we fight anymore? I'm sure you get mad. And that's my answer, right? I'll never look a person in the eye that God didn't go to the cross for either. Right?
Yeah.
Because if I live by that, I can become pretty humbled real quick. Right. And I can also look at the things of, okay, God, what do we want to do? Right? Who do you want me to work with? Right? I got some guys I'm working with right now. Another staff member, that is no longer there, hasn't been there for a while. Marriage is in shambles, right? And
I understand.
yeah, and I'm working with him right now.
I'm so glad that you are too,
Yeah.
because we love him.
Yeah,
And it's super heartbreaking to I'm
and so it's those things, right? Life happens, don't matter where we're at, what position we're in, and so but those things should be molding us into how are we living our lives today, and how are we giving away what we've learned, right? What people has taught into us, what God has given to us, right? And as I look at that, it just paints a beautiful picture in my mind of what family is, right? Because that's what family does. In my mind, family is different than what it was when I grew up, right?
Uh-huh.
Family today is not blood, right? Family today is people like Brian, people like you guys, right? People that want to make a difference, right? People that actually have genuine care for somebody else, right? For care for their well-being, right? And man, it's just, I can't put into words the way that it makes me feel when I get to see that happening, right? Because we have a
get
team of
it.
people, right?
I get it.
You've got a team of people, right?
Yeah.
In the
I
position
get
that
it.
you are, right? And there's nothing more grateful, makes me more grateful than that, right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
man,
So when you were thrashing around, man, when you were just flailing, when you were trying to get fed, and just trying to get through school, and then fighting and everything, like looking back on it now, um, what were you looking for? Like what were you trying to get? What were you trying to
Acceptance.
achieve? What's that? Acceptance?
and I really just wanted to fit in amongst the crowd, right? And not be kind of the person everybody's pointing at going down the halls.
So this is so interesting that you say this, because off camera, sitting over here is the guy who runs the housing authority, and of course people need housing, like of course, right? Like of course they do, and of course some people need help with housing,
Yeah.
right? And of course we should help them. So I'm saying that, sometimes the term homeless, right, is talked about as if like that's not actually really a good term. We should say people experiencing homelessness, right, or something like that. And then maybe we shouldn't say people experiencing homelessness. We should say, people without a house, or the unhoused, or something like that. And then we reduce the problem down to merely being unhoused.
Yeah.
And like hearing your story is so obvious, right? Like that of course you needed housing, right? But you needed so much more than housing,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Okay. And so which isn't to say that people don't need housing and that you're not doing incredible great work. I'm so grateful for, right? But merely to say that I've come around on this to feeling like the term homeless is actually really perfect.
Yeah.
It's like it's actually really perfect.
Yeah.
Because like what you just said is, like, well, I asked you, what were you looking for? You were like, acceptance. Like, I just wanted to fit in. You were homeless.
Yeah.
Even when you were housed.
Yeah. My grandparents, they had it going on, right? They had the orchards, they had all that going on, but we were trying to, as a kid, that was our family secret, right? We didn't know what they were going on, but they had their own problems as well, right?
Yeah.
My grandpa worked for the housing authority, pretty well known, and the one that took his life, right? And that was
Mm.
Ed Richardson, right? I don't know if you knew him. And anyhow, it was he was there for a number of years, right? And everybody kind of looked up to this guy, right? And I remember wanting to be like him, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah.
Right? And you know that, and then to see the way that he took himself out, right? Was like, wow. I remember idolizing that guy to an extent of, you know, he's got property, he's got a home, you know, he's got this going on. Yeah, he's an alcoholic. Yeah, he messes with pills and all these things, right? And but on the outside, everybody looking in, it's perfect, right?
Yeah.
He's got that mask, you know,
Yep.
and keeping us at bay, right? So we didn't mess that up for him, right? And you know, for me, it was just like I said, I wanted acceptance, but coming full circle, you know, the way that it all ended out, right?
Yeah.
We all turned to dust, right? And I felt like God used that horrible time in my life, because I idolized that man,
Well,
to bring me to my knees again, and that brought me to the mission, right?
so the question, here's the question, right? So what you were seeking was acceptance, and you didn't get it that
Mhm.
way. Do you have it now?
I do.
Yeah. Like, and like, this is, I just think, again, like, God is so kind,
Yes. I mean,
you know?
I don't know how to explain it other than, you know, that just that weight lifted off of my shoulders, right? And that acceptance didn't start like an awe moment or a burning bush moment,
No.
right? It was
It
just like
doesn't. It's
all
not
of
how
a
it
sudden,
works.
it just started coming around, right?
Yep.
And there's times in my life in that acceptance is like, man, I wish I wasn't the guy that's just known for, you know, being the mechanic, right? Because everybody needs a mechanic, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, you look at my phone, probably 15, 20 calls a day. People, you know, messages, can you go look at my car, right?
Yeah.
But
Actually, I have a situation I need to talk to you about, but, you know.
and that's fine, right? I mean, and that's just how life is, right? But in that is that as I think about those things, right? Those relationships build into other things, right? And then they find out that, hey, I'm pastor in Celebrate Recovery.
Yep.
Hey, I'm working with people that are homeless, right? I'm working with people that don't have a father, don't have anything like that going on in their life, right? And I'm thinking, you know, if I can remember where I was at and stay humble enough to remember where I was at,
Yep.
right? Then my heart is gonna hopefully be. People are gonna see my heart in that. Do I feel like sometimes I took an advantage of in that area? You know, I do, right? But you know, I let them know, right? Because it's about boundaries as well, right? And in those boundaries, we learn that in AA, we learn that in Celebrate Recovery, and you know, we should really at kids, you know, our parents correcting us is teaching us boundaries,
Right. But
right?
but your mom, like, had no boundaries.
Yeah, I mean,
and you had no protections, and therefore, of course, how are you going to learn boundaries?
yeah, right. And so, you know, I always tell people,
Or appropriate boundaries is probably the right way to say it.
appropriate boundaries, yeah,
Yeah.
right. I always tell people, you know, it took a family of people to get me where I'm at today. That wasn't my family, right? And man,
There's a message here from someone named Christina
my
Imard Gutierrez.
that's my wife.
That says, "Hi, honey bunny."
Yeah, hi, honey bunny. Right, and yes, that's a funny story. I'll tell you sometime when we're not on camera.
Love it, love it.
But no,
Love it.
you know, I just if I could just take a moment and really say, you know, I've expressed how the mission is really got me to be the man I am today, right? And you know, as I hear the things that go on, and you know, in life, and with people down there, and you know, and the stigmas that going around, it breaks my heart to think about it sometimes, you know, because if they knew me personally, that the guy that I was back then, and could see how life changes happened to where I'm at today, some of these things wouldn't probably be coming out of their mouths, right?
Yep.
And you know, and am I a sinful man? Yes. And my sinfulness acts up in the way of anger, of man, if I could go back that my way for 3 minutes and just put this dude back in to thinking straight, right? Because now you've offended me and the people that worked in my life, right? But then I have to remember, is that the way God come to me at? Is that the way God approached me? Is that the way God used those people to approach me?
Right.
And so I'm still learning, right? As we all are, right? It's a part of that sanctification process, right?
Yep.
And but that being said, life changes, life happens, and it didn't start until I completely surrendered.
Amen.
Right? That was the biggest part of my treatment.
And I'll tell you what, like that, I feel like I've learned so much from my friends in recovery, like so much about like how to live as a healthy human being. And this is what I would say is the single biggest thing is the like shockingly counterintuitive power of surrender.
Yeah.
Like the most powerful thing anyone can do is surrender, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's profound.
It has been profound for me in my life. It's like because like that we just flail at control, man. Like we just really want to control crap. And we can't even control ourselves.
Yeah.
And then we think we're going to control other stuff,
So the step 3, could that also be interpreted as I have decided? Could be I have surrendered to God's care. Could surrender or be part of step 3?
It's certainly a critical part of step 3, but it's really an essential part of all 12 steps.
Okay.
Yeah.
All 12 of them. And so let's think about that for just a quick second. So step 1, we admitted that our lives had become unmanageable. And that's, I'm not getting it quite right, but we
ask God for his strength and power to carry that out. Right?
Well, so we admitted that our lives were, manageable, that our habit, that our habit had us whipped. And, in step 2, like we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Like in each one of these things, there's a version of surrender. Okay. Like one is like to admit that, like, I'm out of control, and I can't actually control my own life, and my life is actually unmanageable and has become unmanageable. Like, it's to surrender to that truth, to surrender to that reality, like, and to quit trying to pretend, and then if I come to believe that a power greater than me could restore me to sanity, right, then what I'm surrendering to in that step, right? And so like each step, there is an act of surrender, to step 4 to make a fearless and searching moral inventory, like that's an act of, I'm surrendering my pride, in that, and, and admitting it to God and one other human being, like I'm surrendering control at that point over what other people are going to think about me if they actually knew the truth about me, and so like every step along the way has this act of surrender to it, and the surrender is the key that unlocks the entry into that next step, and you can't do it without surrender. You can't. So surrender is essentially saying, I can't. When I try to control stuff, all I end up doing is screwing it up. And so I'm giving that control to God.
So it's the 12 steps of surrender.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a guided process of surrender. It's a process of guided surrender. Is another way to think about the 12 steps, or the 10 steps of Celebrate Recovery. It's a process of guided surrender. And that the most surrendered human being is the one who is most at peace. That you could say that Buddhism, right, is a version of that concept. That the most surrendered person is the person who is most at peace. But what I would just say is that Buddhism's way of arriving at surrender is through detachment, like, and detachment isn't really surrender. So when I surrender a thing, it doesn't die to me. I just give up control of it.
Totally.
And so there's something critically different there. But I digress.
You digress very well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that little Peter over there helping it all?
It is, so I know, like, I grew up out of control. I had no control over my life. My dad had all the control and he abused it, and so part of why I joined the Army was to, like, become a person who had control over something, and to be, and I've just battled with that, like, my whole life in a whole bunch of ways. But one of them is wearing a mask and being a people pleaser, so that I can make sure that you won't judge me and run away and leave me alone, as an act of control. And so, man, I just the surrender has just been so powerful. This lesson that I've learned from my friends in recovery who have had to come to it at great price and preserve that knowledge and give that to others. And so, I think it's so sad to me that a lot of times my friends in recovery feel like their recovery journey is a sign of brokenness in them. That is, something's broken in me that it isn't broken in other people. When the truth is that the journey of recovery is such a journey of wisdom.
It is.
And I have gained so much wisdom from my friends in recovery that I would never have gained any other way. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. I
like,
mean,
God's got you walking a thing, right? And your willingness to share that walk with others is so powerful to us. So we're so glad we know you. We're so glad we're your friends and you're our friend. And thank you.
Well, thank you. And as I think about these things of, how we're walking through that, we continue to build up these people, right?
Yeah.
And we build up into these lives.
And we continue to eat brownies.
They weren't from the 80s, were they?
No. This guy and his wife drove up like a couple hours ago and brought warm from the oven brownies.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, for us. Isn't that incredible? You want one?
No, thank you. I'm
Okay.
good. Thank you.
Brownie.
I would like to try burger.
Yeah. I think,
So,
I'll put it back right away.
do you know what I do for a job now?
no, actually. How do you pay your bills?
I'm a missionary. Yeah, so I'm a missionary for Celebrate Recovery here in Yakima. So I got people that I've raised support, kind of like you guys are doing right here, right now. And that's what I do, right? And I don't worry about paying the bills. It's been issues, right? It's came up, and I've had worry, but I've seen time and time again where God continues, to fulfill me in my life, right, and take care of that thing, right?
Yep.
And so that gives me time to go out and help people,
right?
And speak truth into their lives, and just, that the thing I learned about recovery is more, what's it look like to do the steps, right? We can go through that, but the other part of that is walking it out with another brother, right?
Yeah.
And showing them how to do that. But the big part to me is discipleship.
Yeah.
Right. It is discipleship.
Yep.
And I love doing discipleship with guys more and more all the time, right? And that's where my heart's at, right? Because recovery doesn't just start with here's a book, read this, here's a step, follow this, right?
Yeah.
Do this. This is what was told to me by my sponsor. It doesn't mean it's right? But what it does mean is that this is the way somebody else got there. Doesn't mean it's the only road there, right?
Oh, I had to look it up. I just was vexing me to. I knew I wasn't getting the language right. We admitted that we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become
Became
unmanageable.
unmanageable.
Okay. Yep.
That's the AA one.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the AA
Yep.
first step. You know.
And
Yep.
for sure, you know, and you know, I was on. I couldn't control anything in my life, you know, and that was the truth of it, right? But man, I get to give back to this community, and you know that I felt like you just had to hate me, right? And didn't want nothing to do with me and my family, right? My brothers, when I say family, because we just felt like we were the outcast, right? And I didn't know what true love was, right? I didn't know what true love was until, to be honest, my true love I've ever felt in my life was the wife I have now, right?
Yeah.
And I had another son outside of marriage, and you know he's just like me. You know, he's been to prison 6 times, just got out. You know, and you know I'm trying to stop that circle, right? And he's doing well. I hope that he keeps doing well. You know, he lives over in Wenatchee, right?
Okay.
And but he's got the same name as me. You know, he's junior. And then I've got another daughter, Shantiana, that's 14, that my wife and I had together, and you know, out of marriage, right? And after numbers of miscarriages, right? And that was hard. But as I think about those as things as well, right? It still comes up to that's how God has worked this all out in my life to walk through people with this. And how can I say that I know what you're feeling, bro. I know what that's like if I ain't lived it out, right? And I always say, how can who's helped the best to help an alcoholic? Another alcoholic, right? Who's the best to help a drug addict? Another drug addict. Who's the best one that has a problem with porn addiction? Person that had a porn addiction, right?
Yeah.
How did they overcome, right? And if you don't overcome, how are you going to help somebody, right? Because then it may be just accountability partner, right? That we talk about, that accountability, right, between two people, because you ain't overcoming that yet. And that's why I get to really teach people, right? And it's not so much teaching, I would like to say, but it's more, you know, suggesting, right? Suggestions to people, but showing them how to walk that out every day. And that's what I love doing, right? Howdy. And so it's good.
Merry Christmas.
Christmas.
That door is closed. You have to go through the other way.
Uh-huh.
But yeah.
Hey, I somebody in the comment stream who's I feel like I want to make sure she's I think she's asking for some help.
Okay.
And so would you be willing to can I give her your name and number?
Yeah.
Is it,
Give her my name and number, and my wife and I will hook up with her.
yeah.
Because women to women, men to men, right?
Right, exactly. Yep. But
I brought some of my cards with me too, Mike. See if you want to hand out to people.
okay, awesome. And tell me your wife's name again.
Christina.
That's it. And her middle name is
Christina and Lynn.
yeah. Well, on Facebook, like
Oh,
like,
no,
like
that's her
her married or her birth name
is Emard. EMARD.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
Christina Emard Gutierrez.
Yeah. I just want to be able to connect this person up to you guys.
Give her my number.
Yeah. Three 0762447. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Emard Gutierrez. Yeah. Um,
Like I said,
Oh, I thought you were gonna make ice cream.
yeah, it's time. In the middle of the winter.
No, we ran out of milk last night.
You don't have a refrigerator for that?
You know, the hard part would be keeping it from freezing.
You ain't got a cow?
A cow?
I got horses. Yeah.
I have a recording studio.
oh, IE. Okay, well, there we go. Okay, dude, it is 9:30. And I'm wondering if there's just anybody in the comment stream that has a question for you.
Yeah.
Steve Gunning's back watching in. Charles Alford is watching. Oh my goodness. So I used to work with Charles Alford at Seattle's Union Gospel Mission, like way back in the day. How fun. And excellent. Yeah, Marjorie, you're welcome. And so yeah, just wondering if anybody in comment stream's got a question, because I'm getting to a point where I've been out here now for a while, and my brain is starting to get tired. So 24 plus 12 is 36, right? Yep. So 36 hours into 60 hours. So I've got 14 hours to go. No, 24. Tomorrow night at 10. Yeah, so 24 hours from, so just about 24 hours left. Got it. Okay. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Like my brain's starting to get tired. So just wondering, if anybody in the comment stream's got a question. We got thank you, Shannon Love, for chiming in and checking it out. I still, like, I'm supposed to be able to see when I push the little I button, it's supposed to show me who those 6 people are that are watching, but it's not. So I don't know. Yep. Anyway, dude, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's pray. Let's just pray for, so, the 12th step, right? Is that having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, and we made every effort to carry this message to the person who's still suffering, and so let's pray for the ones that are still suffering. Yep. Father in heaven, you have given us new life. You've awakened our spirits from a place of death. You've called us out of the grave like you did with Lazarus. You have brought us out of prison, sometimes literally, but for every one of us spiritually. And God, we pray for those who are still in bondage to a substance, to a bitterness, to an anger. We pray for those who are still in bondage to a fear, to insecurity, to an anxiety or a worry. God, sometimes these things were sown in us like wicked seeds while we were still children and had no defenses against them. And so, God, sometimes these things that create bondage for us are deep. They're deep. But God, there's nothing, there's no brokenness that you can't heal, and there's no prison that you can't blow into pieces. And your son said that the Spirit of the Lord was upon him because he's been anointed to preach good news to the poor, to proclaim freedom for the prisoners and recovery of sight for the blind, to release the oppressed, and to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. And so, God, we proclaim in faith the year of the Lord's Jubilee, the year of the forgiveness of debts, the release of prisoners for those who are still suffering. God, we pray for those that Ginger's going to reach on outreach. We pray for the folks that are sleeping at the shelter tonight. We pray for the folks that aren't sleeping at the shelter tonight. God, we pray for the people that have been watching on the live stream. We pray for the folks who have family members who are still suffering. We pray for those who have brothers in jail facing time, and we pray for those whose children are currently whereabouts unknown. And God, we declare the year of the Lord's favor. We proclaim that there is no power that can stand against the Son of God, that there is no power mightier than the love of God, that there is no truth truer than the truth of God that you have shown us in Jesus, that you will and want to save anyone and everyone who will come to you and say, God, please help. Lord, we are so in awe of your greatness and your kindness, that being God, you stoop to look upon the lowly, and that there is not one person who escapes your loving care. And so, Lord, we pray for those who are still suffering, that you would preserve them in their suffering, and that you would deliver them from their suffering, and that you would turn them into folks who can then be used by you to help others who are still suffering, like you've done with Sean. God, thank you so much for how much we learn and grow from being in friendship with each other. Thank you that my life wasn't worse, because it could have been. Oh my goodness, it could have been. God, thank you for all the ways that you stepped in to help guide and protect and redeem me, and how that's been unfolding for 30 years since I've met you, and that you're still guiding and redeeming me. And Lord, I just lift up Sean to you, and I pray you would continue to redeem and guide and restore and recover and disciple and transform him, because we can't give away we don't have. And we can't enroll others into an experience that we're not living. And so, Lord, I know that is going to mean you're going to keep showing him things in him that you still want to work on. And give us the humility to be surrendered in front of those things. And God, help us to surrender everything that would come in between us and you, and usefulness. Lord, I'm so struck by the 12 steps, the prayer, the third step prayer, God, that we offer ourselves to you to build with and to do with as you will. Relieve us of the bondage of self, that we might better do your will. Take away our difficulties, that victory over them would bear witness to those that we would help of your power and your love and your way of life. May we do your will always. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, brother.
Okay?
Huh?
Your shoulder okay?
Got my MRI yesterday, 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago. Yeah.
Did they have to cut it off? What did they say?
Ashley Jaeger, hi again. If you're
Just
still
waiting.
there.
Thanks for coming and hanging out today. Absolutely.
Oh man, it's just so cool. I'm so glad that you're here, and I hope you didn't hear me in any way making a dig on housing or anything other than okay, good, because it's not at all what I was trying to say. Okay, good. I'm so glad.
We need more beach.
Yeah, we do. We need. Yeah, we need you doing twice as much as what you guys are doing. 3 times, 5 times as much as what you guys are doing. And we need every bit of it. So, but simply just that I've come around to realizing that homelessness is actually a very powerfully helpful way of describing what's going on for folks. Is that they're like the Israelites wandering in the desert. Like they're not home. And until they're home, right? Even if they're housed, they're still homeless. But that God has a home and a family, for anyone and everyone who wants to join.
Amen.
It's wide open. The door is just wide open. It's unlimitedly wide open. Anyone who wants in, anyone who wants a relationship with God can have one. Jesus, it's just wide open and offered. I just love it. I love it, love it, love it. So it's good stuff. Hey, everybody. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being a part of this. I'm not exactly sure where we're at from our fundraising point of view, but I know that we're really moving and making good progress. I hoped that we would hit 50,000 by the end of the night. I think we're probably not. We're probably cruising more like 46 or 47 or something like that. And so tomorrow we've still got some work to do, but and we need your help to do it. And but in the meantime, thank you for encouraging us by watching and being here and listening to Sean and his story. And thank you for encouraging us by being here and sharing your story, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And
man,
there's Honey
thank you.
Bunny.
Hey, there's Honey Bunny. That's the official Honey Bunny.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd love to. Can I put him in the seat?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Can you give him your microphone? Thanks, Sean. man.
All right, guys.
Mm.
Keep up the good work, man.
Thank you. Yep. Yep. You're
meeting today or tomorrow?
all the time apparently.
See, that's not like my old character.
Yeah. Then I'm glad I know you now.
Well, thank you,
Love you,
guys.
man. Love you.
Guys. Let me know if I can help you out in any way.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
He's got a
All right.
gardening plant.
All right. Well, yeah. So okay. So my 20-year-old son bought a 61 GMC and pickup, and we're trying to replace the clutch, and we're just having a hard time getting the transmission back in.
You got a pilot? You got.
Yeah. So anyway, yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So
I can walk right to my toolbox and hey, that's what you need.
Yep. Yep. So I mean we've done everything right that we think they know how to do, and it's just we're like really having a hard time getting their torpedo into the pilot bearing.
Yep.
And so I'm sure that it's
Is it a new pilot bearing?
Yeah.
Yep. I need you to put that pilot bearing on the end of that shaft to make sure it went on there.
We set it in.
In the flywheel.
Yeah, we set it in there, and then we're trying to get it in that way. Should we have put it on instead on the shaft?
Make sure it goes on nice and freely first, you know. Then I polish that shaft with some emery cloth. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah. See, stuff like that. So we'll be in touch.
Yeah. Give me a hold.
Thanks.
I love doing that stuff.
He's getting a little discouraged, and and so we've been working. Yeah.
I'd love to come up.
Okay, we'll be in touch, man. Thank you. Okay, awesome. So Lowell Krieger is the executive director of the Yakima Housing Authority and a man of faith. And I'd love to hear where do you find the richest reward, like as a person, in what you're doing? Like how are you finding that it's creating, like life and joy in you? Like where you've like, oh man, like that right there, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So yeah, I mean, as a man of faith, one of the things at least I was raised with is, what you do with your life matters. What are you doing to give back? What are you doing to for the community? What are you doing to help individuals? Right. And it took me a while to find this particular position with the housing authority. But
what were you doing before this?
Well, I mean, I'm a CPA by profession. So, coming out of college, I worked for Moss Adams here in town, and then kind of journeyed through working for the state auditor's office and so forth. I didn't even know who the housing authority was, if they existed or anything along those lines until I worked for the state auditor's office, and I actually audited the housing authority here prior to ever being in this particular position. That was where I was introduced to this particular aspect.
Did you know Brian Sontag?
Well, I mean, Brian Sontag was the state auditor when I worked for the state auditor's office.
Did you ever meet him or know him?
I met him, but I didn't know him personally per se.
Yeah. I did. I'm glad that I did too. Yeah.
So I think for me, what I recognized was, this was a way to work in the community, and in my mind, to make the community a better place by helping folks to afford housing who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford housing. And when I stepped into this role, it was a little over 15 years ago that I became the executive director of the housing authority. we had made a commitment with our other nonprofit partners in the community to provide assistance for those, whether you want to call it experiencing homeless, or homeless, as you mentioned before, of 75 that we were going to help with. So we partnered
and
with
all of it's accurate.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like,
So we partnered with neighborhood health services, Triumph Treatment.
they're
Housing,
unhoused. They're people.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's all the
Yeah.
terms are accurate,
But
right?
but one of the things that we emphasize, and I think is important, I think you kind of alluded to this, is is this simply because you help put a roof over somebody's head? Doesn't mean you've dealt with all the other issues and trials and everything else that
Like,
that
everything's
individual
fine
or
now.
that family is going through, right?
Yeah.
And so it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be able to stay housed or to continue to have that stability without other things there to support. So one of the things that we've really tried to emphasize is to make sure if somebody is a recovering addict, things along those lines, that they have the support that they need. If there's mental health or other issues, that they have the support that they need. Because if you don't have, if you will, the wraparound services,
Right.
you're just providing a roof over somebody's head, then you're missing the point of what that family totally needs, right? It's more comprehensive than simply a roof over somebody's head.
That's so exciting.
So
I'm so glad to hear that, because I started out in this field in Seattle, where it really was treated like, hey, once you got somebody housed, like,
yeah,
you
and
know,
historically that was the case. That was very much
you
the
won.
case.
Like, that was like, you know, like, did you ever read did you watch the Harry Potter movies or reading the Harry Potter books?
Yeah.
You know, so it, like, in the Harry Potter, books, like, they're playing Quidditch,
Mhm.
and you get a point if you can throw the ball or get the ball through the hole.
Yeah.
But if someone catches the seeker, or if someone catches the whatever, if the seeker guy catches
It's
the
all
thing,
done. It's
the
all
golden snitch,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah,
like,
the
then
golden-
it's just boom, win, right?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
game's over.
yeah.
You could have been behind by 150 gazillion points, but if you catch that thing, boom, you win,
yeah.
right? And in Seattle, they treated housing as if it was like the golden snitch,
Yeah.
and if you just got that, then you won.
Yeah,
Like, it was
yeah,
all boom,
yeah.
all over.
So when I came in, we had that commitment at 75. We have since, increased that. I think we're up to 125 now in relationship to our various partners. And then certainly just a few years ago, we ourselves got into we typically provided housing simply, if you will, for individuals that are working but didn't have all the means, or were elderly disabled, something along those lines. But we got into the permanent supportive housing with the Chuck Austin place, housing for our homeless
the VA.
vets.
Yep.
And so that was our first experience.
That's been such a neat project to watch too.
Yeah. That was a very difficult project to get through and get done. I have to
What
admit.
made it hard?
Well, a lot of things.
Yeah, don't tell us.
One of the biggest issues that we ran into is certainly when you're, it was a former Marine, training center, right?
It was that like National Guard or whatever thing it was.
Yeah, so they had moved on, and the facility was left empty. I think we all drive by and saw the weeds growing up and everything else around there. And so it came to the point of being dispositioned through the federal government, right? And the way that it was handled,
they were surplusing
it essentially. So because it was the Navy the Marine Corps, it was a Marine Corps facility that was going through the Department of Navy. The Department of Navy didn't internally didn't deal with. Yeah, Marine Corps is under the Navy.
Yeah,
right?
no, I know. I'm just like, what is a Marine Corps? Why do we have a Marine Corps armory facility in Yakima?
Well, there are actually Navy folks stationed in Yakima, but at any rate, so that was and this was for a tank division, if you will. So that was a primary purpose.
Oh, okay. It had to be related to the firing center, I guess.
Exactly. So
okay.
So as Eric was going through that, the department. The Navy didn't specifically handle the disposition.
I actually get the Navy thing easier just because of Navy aviation. Like they got to drop bombs on stuff, and so.
So it actually went through Department of Health and Human Services. That was a federal department that was going through to disposition it. And when it came available, one of the key things that the federal government has been saying is that we have a homelessness issue, we have a housing problem, then these facilities should be prioritized to help individuals along those lines. So it's through what's called the McKinney Act. And you and I have talked about that in reference to what that definition is and so forth. It's through the McKinney Act that said if you're going to disposition this is a priority. So we thought our suggestion was that it made more sense for us as a community to utilize it back for the very individuals that have given us our freedoms, that fought for us, right?
Amen.
So whether it's the Army, the Navy, you know, my dad was in the Army, my
Even Marines,
grandfather, the Marine Corps,
even
yeah,
Marines.
Exactly. So
Wow.
I know. It depends.
I know.
Depends on who
You're
you ran
scraping
into.
the bottom of the barrel. Right now. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
You remember my
Yeah.
brother-in-law is a Marine Corps. Anyway,
I'm kidding.
Stationed
It's-
out of that very same.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, fascinating.
So as we were working through this, of course, we had to gather a number of resources to rehabilitate it. One of the primary resources we used was an award from the Washington State Housing Finance Commission of low-income housing tax credits. That's a resource that we're able to partner with for-profit organizations, typically banks, insurance companies, things along those lines, that provide those resources in our community to receive that credit. And they're interested in that because they're looking to do good in the community as well, right? So that's the partnership there. However, we ran into one government program that didn't match up with another government program. So the technical problem we ran into here was, yes, I know.
No.
The technical issue we ran into is the Department of Health and Human Services was saying, if we're going to transfer this property to you, Mr. Kruger, to the Housing Authority, you can have no encumbrances, nothing that is listed on that deed for that property, right? However, if I'm going to use
the tax credit places an encumbrance on the that's how it works. It's a forgivable loan by deed restricting.
But the deed restriction is specifically for that we're providing housing for folks, right?
I know. I get it. I
so we ran into this very issue where when we went back to the Department of Health and Human Services and said, well, that doesn't work for us. They said, well, yeah, that's not a problem. You just can't use low-income housing tax credits. I'm like, but that is the biggest resource I have to be able to get this done. If I don't have that, I can't do the project.
Right.
And they're like, well,
bummer.
Yeah, bummer. You have to figure that one out. So that was unfortunate.
Ladies and gentlemen, your tax dollars at work.
Yeah. So it was unfortunate. Now, what was interesting to me is there was one other property in all of the United States that had gone through a similar transfer, as LA.
Okay.
And so our question was, well, if you did it in LA, why can't you do it in Yakima? And they said, well, maybe ours was slightly different, or they didn't catch it, or whatever it was.
They said that was on a Tuesday,
exactly,
and the people were wearing red ties.
Yeah, so here through this legal review, this is a problem that we have. Well, so happened as we were trying to figure this out, there was another property that was going through a similar process in San Francisco. Okay, and so they were running into the very same issue that we were.
Right.
And as we started working with Representative Newhouse's office, with Senator Murray's office, with Senator Cantwell's office, saying, hey, Senator Murray had been out for the groundbreaking, and I had to break it to her staff. I can't move forward because this isn't going to work.
Senator Murray, can you come back and take that shovel of dirt and put it back in, please?
Exactly. So this isn't going to happen. And so I have to say, I appreciate all of their work on this. Yeah. We were able to go back and start trying to figure it out. We had conversations with the Finance Commission and their legal counsel. We had conversations with Department of Health and Human Services and their legal counsel, trying to figure out, can we come to some solution? Well, ultimately, San Francisco came to a resolution whereby the nonprofit that was getting it transferred to them was going to have the backing of the city of San Francisco. If they didn't end up utilizing it for the purposes that they said they were going to utilize it for, the city of San Francisco was then going to be able to take care of the value of the property at that transfer, so that the federal government was made whole and so forth.
So instead of deed restricting it,
they were still able to de-restrict it. It was just there was that limitation of, if you don't follow through on this, then there's this amount that's owed, right? There's this encumbrance, right? So they came back to us and said, well, we have this right here that's been handed down with San Francisco. Are you okay with that? And I said, well, we've already made that promise to our partners in this, that if something were to go wrong, we as an organization are going to cover what that original value is. That's not a problem from our standpoint, right? So our legal counsel knew the legal counsel for the San Francisco property, so we got the language, worked with the Department of Health and Human Services, and got it figured out. But delayed it by over a year. for us to
Wow.
work our way through this. And ultimately, when you're awarded the credit, you have to utilize that within a certain period of time. So we had to provide, so we had to give the credit back and then get a new allocation of credit.
Oh.
So it was a very long, and I felt bad because, you know, this was something that was covered throughout a community. It was in the newspaper, it was on the radio, you'd see it on television.
Yeah.
These are things we said we are going to do. People were like, why are there still weeds out there? Nothing's going on. And there was a lot going on, but nothing that was visible. So,
Yeah.
and I think it's a struggle for folks to understand when they're developing these type of, you know, this type of housing. It's a very long process to get to the point of actually putting sticks in the ground.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very long process. So you may have a year and a half where you're actually seeing the construction being done. There's years that go on for the planning and everything else to get to that point.
You know, and I think that, and I'm not saying this is fair. I'm not saying this is fair. But I'm guessing, right, that that the average person is just like, yeah, like, and that's why everything is broken, because it takes forever to do anything, and we should just figure out how to streamline it. And you know, and again, I'm not saying it's fair, but you know, I think it makes a lot of people just throw their hands up and give up.
No,
You know?
and I appreciate that. At the same time, you know, I appreciate the folks at the Department of Health and Human Services who are trying to help figure out a solution.
I get.
Nobody was saying no. They all understood where we were trying to go and what we were trying to accomplish. And so there was, but how do you work your way through, you know, what are these diametrically opposed requirements? In fact, during that period of time,
Which were created for good reasons.
Were created for good reasons. So
that's what I'm saying.
so
I'm
we
not
even,
saying it's
yeah,
fair.
we even
I'm
had
just, you know,
legislation
you know.
was even drafted up that Senator Murray was going to try to run through, whether, you know, whatever bill was moving at that particular point in time to help
to
us
address this.
But
you know.
because we had figured out a workaround, that never did go through. At this particular point in time, I've still had conversations for any other organizations that could potentially use properties like this across the country. You know, they're going to run into this particular issue. That still needs to get fixed. Unfortunately, it hasn't been fixed yet. In fact, we're going to have there's a study being done by GSA in reference to properties that have been transferred for various purposes.
The General Services Administration.
Yep. And they're going to be looking at the Chuck Austin place as an example of what can be done if these properties are transferred to housing authorities, nonprofits, others within the community.
What can be done to address this mismatch?
What good can be done in this particular case? The clinic that we have on site, the other service we have for the veterans that are on site, how that's been utilized for housing homeless veterans. They want to highlight that. However, my conversation with them is, can we actually also highlight this issue that still needs to be addressed? You know, I certainly want to say this is what can be done. We shouldn't be the only community doing this. There's only just the 3 that I'm aware of in the United States that GSA is monitoring for these properties. There aren't more of these because you're going to run into various
these issues. Yeah.
And certainly, as I talk to the folks doing the study, they say, yes, this is a consistent thing that they're hearing. I just want to make sure these aspects get highlighted so that members of Congress and others know there's still work to be done to help streamline this and make this a very valuable resource to our communities.
That's really interesting. And it makes me want to do something about that. You know, that issue. As a veteran, right, and as someone who works in homelessness, our organization isn't necessarily doing anything specifically to that's geared to veteran homelessness. Exactly, right. We'll serve any homeless person, regardless of veteran status. That said, as a veteran, right, who works in homelessness, like that issue of that mismatch of funds, we have some FHLB,
Federal Home Loan Bank,
right? Yeah, we have an FHLB.
If we're doing acronyms here,
thank you. Yeah, thank you. So we did a capital campaign to build the clinic and the 27 units of addiction recovery beds above the clinic on the second floor.
Was it AHP dollars, Affordable Housing Program dollars?
I think so, but it was, but it had it's a 15-year retention period on
Yeah,
it.
it'd be
That-
affordable housing
Yep,
program. That'd be
that's
the
what I
federal
thought.
home loan.
Yeah, and it's
program,
been
yeah.
good. It was, it didn't restrict our anything of what we wouldn't already have done with the thing. It's not like we're going to change any of,
No.
we're probably we're probably 6 years into the 15-year retention period. So like 9 years from now, that deed restriction will fall off, and the loan will be forgiven, and it's been a good thing. It's been a good thing. And so and additionally, we need to build a proper shelter, and so we've looked at new market tax credit,
which
is
are a little different because those
man.
right there are specific to employment. What you're doing for employability, what you're doing for bringing in jobs, versus low-income housing tax credits, which are specific to the structure and housing somebody who qualifies, who could be homeless, who could be of low income, something along those
and
lines.
the tax credit programs are, or at least they're complex.
Complex and competitive.
Right. Yeah. That said, so I've at least some familiarity, and so to know that the GSA is looking at this at Chuck Austin Place, and that they're but that nobody, we got it through, you got it through, right? And so now this issue of this mismatch is going to throw onto the back burner, and you're trying to keep it at least on some burner.
Well, and this was a whole conversation I've had with whether it's Newhouse's staff or Murray staff or whoever, is that, granted, as I bring this up, it isn't something that is going to directly benefit me and Yakima and the Yakima Housing Authority. This is something that's still an issue across the country. So, any of us that are serving in the roles that we serve certainly can speak to truth, whatever you want to call it, where we're trying to make sure that things are fixed, addressed, whatever, not just for our communities, but for all the communities across the country that need these things.
Honestly, have you met and talked to Adam Smith at all?
I know Adam.
He's a congressman whose district takes in Tacoma.
Okay, no, I've not met Adam.
That's and he's on the Armed Services Committee.
Okay,
and my bet is he would find this really interesting because he's on the Armed Services Committee.
Well, it's not that nobody finds this interesting. The issue when we talk about Congress and what I think frustrates any of us in our communities is you have to find a vehicle that's going to move through Congress in order for this to get passed into law, right?
Right.
So that becomes the key. When I'm talking with folks, it becomes what is actually going to move? Is it going to be a tax extenders bill? Is it going to be during one of the appropriations?
Right.
What is going to move that we would attach it to? Not just, okay, we all agree this is a good thing, but how do you actually get it through? So that there's a lot of complications to trying to work through and get these things done. It doesn't mean it can't be done. It just means you have to continue the conversation, continue working through it, continue working with the members of Congress.
Well,
to get there.
So defense appropriations, right?
Yep.
They're going to move. At some point, they're going to move, right?
Well, I think at some point they'll all eventually move.
Yeah, but it feels like there's to me right now, it feels like there is a pretty stinking high priority on figuring out Ukraine support and Israel support and other stuff like that. And so so it just makes me wonder. It makes me wonder if instead of coming through one of the doors, so it might be that the success is going to be by being limited at first, so only resolving this conflict for a VA related, for a veteran related thing, right? And then what all the legislators get to do is hey, we're not making a wholesale change. We're making a very targeted, narrow change, and then we're going to have the GSA look at it and see how it goes. A narrow change, is going to be less hard to get through. And so I don't know. That just makes me wonder.
And so one of the other issues that was
Yeah.
raised also that I've asked to take a look at is Christine, the president of Perry Tech, was interested in the property as well. Hello.
Hey.
Good evening.
Hey, guys.
So their interest had to do with large, their large farm machine.
Thank
program.
you so much.
Yes, thank you.
For
No,
you
no.
guys are awesome.
Wow.
Thank you so
And
much.
you know what? This is just Christmas candy. We thought you guys.
You guys are
thank
so
you.
cool. Thank you. I'm Mike.
Mike Jr.
Nice to meet you. JR and Anthony?
Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
It's fine.
No worries.
Celebrate Recovery over at West Side, and Sean and he work together like this.
So cool. Thank you so much for contributing towards our goal. Thank you for helping people, for helping other people, man. Like this is such a great community. I'm just so blown away by the care that this community shows for other people, and yeah, it's just amazing to me, and I'm so humbled by it, and fun, and I'm yep.
Percy's catches in those little nuggets. We got a bunch for our office.
Oh, okay.
The thing is like.
Sure.
Leftover from Halloween. Is that what it is? Oh,
No.
There you go. Take a look at it.
They're Christmas kisses. They're red and green, and
Absolutely. Thank you.
You're welcome to stick around and listen.
You want to leave this here, or you want? That's for you guys. That's all for you. Pardon the flimsy bag. It was actually nice and new when I put it here. Wow. Been places, but no.
So Lowell over here is a brother in Christ, and he also runs the Yakima Housing Authority. And so we're talking about this homeless VA project called the Chuck Austin Place here in town, and just what a project it was to get it built, and because of all of the Byzantine complicated government funding mechanisms that conflict with each other and all kinds of craziness and stuff is what we've been talking about. But I asked him the question I asked him was where are you finding life? Like where are you finding in your job? Where do you find yourself really going, oh man, like that's it. That's why I do this. And he started talking about this project,
Well, I mean, these are the projects that change people's lives, and I think that's really what it comes down to. At the end of the day, you find meaning when you're affecting people's lives, and it's very intimate. I think housing is a very intimate thing.
Yeah.
That you can really see what that does for whether it's a little kid that now has a place, a room that's their own, or whether it's a homeless vet now that has a place, that they can call home.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And you get a chance to know some of them personally because you go over there and without revealing anybody's personal information or whatever. Is there somebody that you've met over there though that's really really made an impact on you?
Well, I know we have a video on our website that kind of walks through a number of individual stories that have certainly resided at the Chuck Austin Place.
Yeah. But have any of the folks you met, have you gotten to know? Have you been privileged
to know them?
To know them well enough, right? That you've been impacted. That you've really, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong if you haven't. I'm just wondering,
Well, I guess what I would say is I don't know that I know folks as personally as maybe you do at the mission in relationship to this. I know as our team works with individuals there, we're not the only ones that are there.
Right. I get it.
You certainly have the SSVF and others that work with folks that are at the Chuck Austin Place. But I know that we've had folks when we first opened up that were first leased up that came and talked to me as we were doing our ribbon cutting and stuff like that, and telling me personally what it meant for them to have a place to call home with their experience coming in off the street, and now that this right here was really making an impact in their lives. That they had a facility like as an example, like we have the gym there, that they were able to say, hey, now I can come in, I can play basketball or whatever it is. We can get together as a community. And granted, not naming names or anything
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that. That
I
to
would
me
never
was,
want you
was,
to.
was very
Right.
was very impactful for me to hear
Yeah.
each of those individuals when they come up and said, "Hey, this is what this means to me, that this right here has now been open." And we even had a couple that were saying, "Well, we should be doing more of these throughout the community." I don't think they understood what it took to get that built, let alone do another one, right?
Yeah. And how many units over there?
So we have 41 units there at this particular point in time, but we do have some room in the back of the property to be able to expand further.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've got about a 3-acre parcel at the mission that I think is probably a little underutilized. Like and we've kicked around some
And
concepts.
that's on the back. That's
Yeah,
behind.
that back end
yeah.
by the and then we've kicked around some concepts for and so I'm not sure, exactly what the final plan will be for some of that, but I know that the mission has been realizing that we want to have a larger role in the permanent solutions for some of the folks that we're working with, because some of the folks that come in and graduate and move on, they're good at. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. God bless.
They're they're
I see
capable
you're
of.
getting a little closer.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, they're capable of going out and forging community and stuff like that. But not everybody is as good at that as everybody. It's not equally distributed. And so for some of the folks that we work with, like if we had a place where we could help continue to help nurture community and all, really wrap around,
absolutely,
right?
Absolutely.
Like that would be really good for some of the folks that we've worked with at least. And so we're wanting to learn, lean into some more of that. And
absolutely,
so I'm willing to bet there's probably some future discussions for us to have in a variety of ways about how the mission can be more involved in permanent in housing. And that's going to be really neat over time to see how that plays out.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and certainly, what you do for the community in relationship to the housing you already provide is immensely helpful to begin with. I just, I know you have viewers and you've had folks
like 6 or whatever right now, but at 10 o'clock at night.
Well, I get that, but I mean, throughout the day or whatever, that certainly understand and appreciate what the mission has done throughout its entire tenure here in this valley. And it's not, I mean, what you guys do, but we all, I mean, whether it's Next Step Housing or the other nonprofit providers, I mean, it takes the community for us to really make a difference, right?
Amen.
It isn't going to be any one individual, any one organization.
And if it were,
yeah,
that would actually be a bad model.
Absolutely.
Because it would create a single point of failure.
Absolutely.
So
as we have, like when we started off, with this conversation, I talked about those vouchers, those project-based vouchers at assistance, that really was our venture into partnering with the various nonprofits and so forth in our community to really start and build that community around helping individuals. I said that's expanded, and we continue to look for different partnerships. You and I've talked about what we can do with the Union Gospel Mission, but that's how we are able to expand and continue to support the various ventures that go in our community to help folks.
Are you getting to know enough new interesting things that like 15 years in you still feel like
well, every day is a new day. I can tell you that right now. Every day is a new day, it's I wish I could say that housing seems like a fairly basic concept, but it's very complex and difficult to actually administer and employ, right? That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. And those complexities change and move constantly. And so, 15 years in, the complexities that we have now versus when I first came in as executive director are different.
Right.
And so it's still consistently moving, for us. We've, I'd like to think we've been fairly thoughtful innovative in our approaches to trying to help our community in the various things that we've done. An example to give you is we have seasonal farm worker housing that we have in Granger,
Okay.
right? That was some of the first housing that we actually developed when I came in as executive director. We hadn't developed in a while, and so talking with the city of Granger, they were
Like
open.
H1A?
Yeah. So we have H2A. So we have
H2A,
H2A
yeah.
housing potential, but the first one we did was for walk-ups. So
Okay.
we ended up using rural development funds to help
Mhm.
build it. We have a solar array down there to help cover some of the electrical costs
Yep.
for the office and the community facility there. And we had it for a number of years where, our primary season is about from April to the end of November, and then it was shuttered during the wintertime. And this was when we had all of the churches in our area that would help house folks during the wintertime to get folks out of the cold, like what we're experiencing
Right.
tonight. And it dawned on us that maybe we could actually utilize it during the off season to help house individuals that were, experiencing or homeless,
Right.
so that we could do that during the off season. Well, once again, when we approached USDA Rural Development with this concept, because they were the primary funder,
They were like,
said-
you can't do that.
They're like, yes, exactly. You can't do that because they're not farm workers, because it's specifically for farm workers. And I said, but can't we get a waiver for that so that we can house somebody who may not be a farm worker during this period of time? And then we'll go back again during the regular season, going back to housing farm workers. And they had all these questions like, well, how do you know that individual is going to move out or anything along those lines? And so we explained to them, we had partnerships. Our primary partners at that particular time were Neighborhood Health Services and CAC had kind of split
Yep.
some of the units that we had there. They were going to be for homeless families, that we felt that was the greatest need that we had at that particular point in time. It was on a 30-day basis. So you come in, you have 30 days,
Right.
and then this helps set you up for success. We can find a more permanent housing solution, but at least get you out of the elements.
Right.
And so we were saying, if this right here is the way it's set up, it shouldn't be a problem.
Right.
But we were told no. Once again, it took some congressional help to work our way through with the administration to eventually get a waiver to be able to do that. And so we've been doing that for nearly 10 years now, where we've been able to utilize it during the off season. Right now, it's actually just switched over at the beginning of this month. So we have homeless families that are entering down there during this particular period, and we're able to use that through about the middle of March before we switch it back over to housing.
That's awesome.
So so that resource is now being utilized 12 months, and that wasn't something that USDA had really dealt with before. That was a new concept to them. But in my mind, it's us simply trying to figure out what our community's needs are and going to bat for that.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Super cool.
So, and the ideas and the things continue on. So any and all of this stuff in my mind is neat and interesting, what we can do to help our community, help
Mhm.
house folks, to help provide that chance and that opportunity, right?
Amen. Can I ask you a more personal question?
Absolutely.
And feel free to, like I would never want to put you on the spot or anything like that, but if you trying to find the right way to phrase this. How might your approach to your work be different if you were not a person of faith? Like if that weren't part of what animates you and makes you who you are, and how might your approach to your work might be different? And that's not in any way, like just asking about you. Like not talking about anybody else, or trying to say that anybody's not. Anybody who's not you, I'm not, is or isn't anything. I'm just sort of asking, like how do you find, right, that that part of who you are affects your approach to your work, and if that weren't part of who you are, then maybe this part of how you approach your work might be different, in some way.
Well, I have to say, Sean was sitting here in this seat just before me, and I think there was something that he said that really rung true to me, which is that, we're all created in God's image, right? So
Right.
Every single one of us.
Amen.
That's who we all are. And so I think as a person of faith, when you're taking a look at that, when somebody's homeless or somebody's down on their luck and they don't have the job making the money that they were hoping for, whatever, and they're struggling in life, and we're able to provide that roof over that person's head. That's the specific role we play.
Yeah.
We're looking at it, or I'm looking at it as that I'm helping a person created in God's image, right?
Yeah.
And so I want to help everybody I can. I don't want to be specific to, well, if somebody can't get help, oh well. We want to help everybody we can. I think it's that connection that we all have as humanity, right?
Yeah. Is that what keeps you going when the USDA says, sorry, you can't?
Absolutely. Because at the end of the day, I'm thinking about the little kid that's going to be spending the time out in the
That's God's kid.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, because somebody else, some other bureaucrat might go, hey, USDA said we can't.
Yep. So that's the end of it. But no, I mean, we fight for that because, as an organization, we have the ability to fight for it. But from a personal standpoint, it's worth fighting for because you're fighting for that person who's our brothers and sisters, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
at the end
absolutely.
of the day, right?
Yeah.
Regardless of what they're battling, what they're going through, anything along those lines, they're our brothers and sisters.
Absolutely.
So that's what we're all fighting for.
Yeah. Yeah. And I agree. It's so, gosh, I don't want to change the subject too much or make
And
it
I have
about
to say,
me too
I'm
much,
certainly
but,
not as passionate as Sean was. So I really feel like, I really felt, in listening to where he was going, that's not exactly who I am. But I mean, at the end of the day, that really resonated with me because that truly is what we're trying to do. We're trying to help every single individual we can. Now, the reality of it is what we have for funding, what we have for resources is woefully inadequate for what's needed. And I know it's the same thing as for you guys as well. This is universal across the spectrum. But man, we will go to bat for everybody that we can.
I love that. I love that. I love that when the USDA said no, you were like, okay, well then can we get a waiver?
Yeah.
And that when who's it's on Chuck Austin place was like, you can't do that.
Yeah, Department of Health and Human Services saying this isn't going to work. Yeah.
Yeah. And like, I love that. I respect that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, that's the only way for us to get stuff done, man. I appreciate. There was a phrase that was told to me at one point in time is when somebody says no, it's not no forever. It's just not right now. So you continue working your way through it, right? Until you get to the point where now's the time.
When I hear no, what I really hear is not under the circumstances as they've been outlined.
Yeah. Exactly. It's very similar. Yeah.
Not under the circumstances as they've been outlined.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Then if there was an alteration in circumstances, would that change the decision? If there was an alteration in our understanding of the circumstances, would that change our decisions? And the answer is, well, maybe.
Yeah.
Right. And so when I hear no, I hear maybe. Not, but let's at least go through and figure out, are there alterations to our understanding of the circumstances or alterations to the circumstances themselves that are within our capacities, that could potentially alter that? No. And if we, let's at least do that, let's at least look at it and see like if there was something that could be different, then would that change? Why wouldn't you at least do that? And I had a mountain climbing friend tell me one time that we made a terrible pair. He said, I don't know, like, what are you talking about? He says, well, I'm terrible at saying no and you're terrible at hearing it.
So you probably tried some dangerous stuff at some point.
One of the things the Rangers did for me was to teach me that that there are ways of doing dangerous things safely, or reasonably safely, right? And there are some things, however, that in which risk is irreducible, and at that point you have to say
no.
Well, at that point you have to say, is this a risk that is mandatory?
Okay,
right.
Fair enough.
So in the face of irreducible risk, it has to be mandatory.
Yeah.
Because there are some risks that are irreducible and mandatory. Like, I don't know what's going to happen, but we have to do this.
Yeah.
But you better have to do it
Yeah.
if the risk is irreducible.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and so the one of the things that happens when you're becoming an Army Ranger is you're required to memorize Major Robert Rogers's 19 standing orders from Rogers Rangers in 1756 in the French and Indian War. Yeah, I know, and it might sound ridiculous, but some of them are stinking good. Like the very first one. So Major Robert Rogers, you know, and Rogers Rangers in French and Indian War, 1756, his first standing order, and these guys were, forgive me, like badasses. Okay, like these are really the original badasses. And his first standing order was never take a chance you don't have to.
Yeah.
In other words,
which is brilliant.
Which is and which is like if the risk is irreducible, it better be mandatory.
Yeah.
Right? So you know, never take a chance you don't have to.
Yeah.
And it is brilliant. And it and against type, right? We have this idea that like tough guys are people that laugh at risk, ha ha ha. You know, and it's like no, tough. That's not necessarily true. You know, tough guys are folks that stay on mission even in the presence of suffering because it's worth it, right?
Yeah.
You know, but if the mission is worth it, then darn it, like don't roll the dice on it with risks you don't have to take.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that?
Yeah.
You know, and so yeah. So yes, I'm not good at hearing no, because when I hear no, what I hear is not under the circumstances as they've been aligned, as they've been, you know, outlined.
Yeah.
And then I go, well, okay, then, you know, and then I get to work trying to figure out if there's another way.
Yeah.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that I do dangerous things, but rather that we find the way to take an irreducible risk and make it manageable and reducible by finding a different way. You know, and so it does mean that I've gotten to do a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I've lived through them. But dude, there's like sometimes like the bottom, like making the bottom of disappointment cleaver off the have you gone up to DC? Have you climbed Mount Rainier?
No, because the year that I was going to do it with you, that didn't happen.
There's this part on the route, and it's so surprising because you do it. You're coming at night, you don't see it, but during the day when you're coming back down, right? Like you're like, I went over this at night, you know, like what was I thinking?
Yeah.
You know, and because it's the language is it's a no fall zone, right? In other words, don't fall here, because if you fall here, it might be the last thing you do.
Yeah.
And the disappointment cleaver route is the most traveled route up the mountain. It's the newbie route, and the mortality rate on the DC is lower. The annual mortality rate, at least if you count from 1981, because there was this freak thing in 81 that didn't have anything to do with this danger area I'm even describing, right? So if you count from 81, from that point on, the mortality rate on the DC is lower than canoeing.
Wow.
Like the mortality rate for canoeing is 10 deaths per thousand or something like that, you know, events, and on the DC it's 6. Like it's more dangerous to go canoeing than it is to climb the Rainier up the DC route. How is that possible when you're like making this traverse off the bottom of the DC, and it's like, well, because even though the consequence, right, is extreme, the risk associated with it is manageable. Like just walk.
Yeah.
And don't do anything stupid.
Yeah.
And 6,000 people a year are going to go walk across that thing in their process of summiting Mount Rainier and not die.
Yeah.
You know, and so you can do dangerous things as long as the risk is manageable. And if it's irreducible, then darn it better be mandatory.
Yeah.
Because that means like you're putting a whole bunch of things on the line.
Yeah.
And those things matter.
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
and so you know, in the case of the Rangers, like it's those things include your buddies' lives.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
You know,
So how does skydiving fit in?
wait,
We were talking about that last night with Rob.
yeah. Well, you know, I think that I think that skydiving, and I haven't gotten to do skydiving. Like all four, all 40 of my all 40 of my parachute jumps are static line jumps.
Okay,
And
so you don't not so it's not where you jump
they're
out
not
and then-
free
and
fall
then-
jumps.
and then you rip cord.
So I've
later.
never gotten to do the free fall thing.
Okay.
You know, so
Reduce, again, that
That reduces the risk right there is by being static line.
yep, it does. And also, you know, the military parachuting is super regulated, right? Like, you know, like somebody's going to pack a chute, then another person is going to verify that they did it well, right? Because it's the law of numbers. There's so many events that eventually, like the rate it's going to catch up to you, right? You know, and so because there's so many events, they have to reduce the rate of failure to it's so small that it still won't occur too often, you know, and thus make it untenable. And so military parachuting is really highly managed process. It is a very highly managed process, you know, and that's just on the chute packing. And then when you put the chute on, like you're going to put it all, you know, you're going to put it on, and then the jump master is going to go over it and make sure that you did everything right. And there's always somebody double checking everything. In civilian parachuting, you pack your own chute.
Yep. And you clip yourself in and all that other good stuff. Yeah.
So the risk goes way up. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and so but that's not the same when you are, say, going, you know, doing a tandem jump with somebody, right? Because then they're checking a bunch of stuff, right? And so when you're free fall parachuting as a I'm not sure client, I guess is the right word, right? Of a company, right? They're taking on all this liability, right? And so they're like, it's so sad, right? But you're gonna be more careful when someone else is at risk than when you're the one at risk, because it's someone else.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that? But it's true.
It is true. It is absolutely true. Absolutely true.
Yeah. And so
because part of the mentality is, well,
if I die, it's on me.
Yeah, it's on me. Exactly.
Right.
That's exactly it.
But if I make
Exactly
some other dad die, and now these kids grow up without a dad,
that's a
like
whole
that's a different thing.
That's a whole different thing. Exactly.
And so in free fall parachuting, the risk is not evenly distributed.
So that takes me back to your law from 1756
56.
that don't take
A
any
chance you don't have to.
Yeah.
But
Which would say, why jump out of the airplane to begin with? See, as a pilot, I'm there with you. So I'm just saying, I never jump out of an airplane. I don't have to.
It is an interesting thing to talk about. What do you fly? What do you like to fly?
I just small. I mean, I grew up. My father was a pilot. He was an ag pilot, and so
dad had airplanes.
Yeah, so we typically it was like a Cessna 182, so a little four place. We had a detailed Bonanza when I was younger too, but it's primarily been that or a Cessna 172.
Sean Gutierrez is watching right now.
Yeah.
Grandpa had a shop in the Port Orchard Airport.
Okay.
Rebuilt planes.
Yeah.
My brother made a living working on private planes.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yep.
Well, you know, honestly, like small plane, you know, private pilots, like that's the stuff. That's the stuff that scares me more than jumping out of the thing.
And see, so it's interesting. So growing up, because we flew everywhere as a kid. My dad, we flew back east. We flew down to visit family in California. We always flew ourselves. And the argument always was, this is so much safer than driving. And at that time, when I was young, the fuel prices were about the same. You could buy an airplane for not a whole lot different, a used airplane for not a whole lot different than a car.
Whoa.
And so the question is like, well, why isn't everybody doing
this?
Because the fuel economy and so forth was just so much cheaper to fly yourself than it was to drive. And it certainly has changed dramatically from that particular point in time to today, where it takes a few more people to make it worth your while.
To make it pencil out.
Yeah.
Man, that's so interesting.
Yeah.
Uh,
But yeah, that was a whole and growing up, that was also the other thing. Why would anybody ever jump out of this thing? I mean, you can control yourself to the ground, whereas if the chute isn't packed correctly, good luck. Yeah.
I bungee jumped once, and I'll tell you that was actually the scariest thing I've ever done.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're getting into territory I'm not horribly comfortable with.
Oh, it was deeply uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And it was like shocking. It was way more impactful than I even expected it to be. So I went to this place in Nanaimo, British Columbia, where there's this gorge and they've built a bridge over it. And at least when I was there, the Nanaimo bungee jumping place was one of the few places you could go that would still tie your ankles rather than make you have to wear a harness, And so then they asked you, like, hey, do you want to wear the harness? Do you want the ankles? And so I was like, ankles, like I wanted
because you were the man.
Because I'm the man, and I wanted the whole experience. And this was not like, so I'm sitting there, so I go walking out, and they weigh you, and and it was in October or
that
something.
already would have a problem if they have to weigh you to figure out what it's
where they like to which loop
to begin with.
No, it's actually that part encouraged me, but the way to know which loop to clip you into.
Okay.
But then you get out there and like, hey, do you want to dip into the river or not? And I'm like, I think not, because it was cold,
Oh, really?
And so then they like there's these two guys, and I'm sitting on this bench, and there's this opening with like no gate or anything. There's just this opening, to like 160 feet down, and the two guys are talking with each other and about some date like one of them was on. And so he takes this towel and wraps it around my ankles, and then he's like, doing the wrapping around the webbing and everything while he's talking to the buddy about the date, and that he was on and where they went for dinner. And I sort of like in my head,
are you praying at this
I
time?
was like, my head was like screaming, like. Can we not talk about where you took your girlfriend for dinner? Like I'd really love for you to, like
focus on what's going on.
Focus here, Oh yeah. And so then like he gets it all, but I was watching it intently, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I'm okay with that, but I still wish he wasn't doing it while talking about his date last night. And clips me in, and he's like, okay, there you go. And so, but then I'm like, for the first time I realized I can't walk. And so like, I've got to get up and like hop over, over to off to this around onto this platform that comes out, jets out. And they're like still talking about, like where they're going to go on their next date. Right. And behind me, and I'm realizing like this is on me now. Nobody's gonna
count down.
Nobody's gonna push me. Like nobody's gonna because they're talking about where they're gonna go on the next date. And I'm out here and I'm like, okay, and I'll tell you that when you jump out of an airplane, it does not. You don't have any sense of falling. At least as long as the aircraft. I mean, when you're jumping out of a fixed wing military aircraft, you're going like 140 knots. Okay, and
so you're zipping along pretty good.
Yeah, and so when you separate from the airplane, you're going 140 knots, right? And so the plane keeps going this way, and you start to curve down, right?
Exactly,
and you slow down, and the plane leaves you, right? And so it's this very gradual movement from lateral to vertical, and you don't have any sense of falling. It feels more like you're jumping into a water slide, and zip and off you go. When you jump out of a helicopter, you're going about 90. And that's where you have a sense of falling because you're only going 90. So I don't know how fast you're flying, but if you're flying if it were me, right, and you were I was gonna jump out of your plane.
Typically, you slow down. I mean, like a 182.
I'd want you to speed up.
Would be going about 120 knots or so.
120 is great.
And so you typically would slow down. My dad actually flew jump plane for a period of time, but quite sure they slow down a bit.
I'd rather you
relationship to
keep
that.
going 120,
Yeah.
man. Like absolutely. And because you're not going to have a sense of
Yeah.
falling, right? You know, unless you want that, you
Yeah.
know, and then it's like, okay, slow it down to 90 or something. And then you're going to get a little bit of a sense of falling, not a ton, you know, but a little bit.
Yeah.
But mostly it just feels like jumping into a movie screen because there's nothing, like everything's too far away.
Yeah.
And so the amount of your movement doesn't alter like
the perception,
the
of what you're looking at.
perception,
Yeah.
right? You know, so like when you're driving down the street, like the sign, it goes by, but the tree behind it and the house behind it goes by at a different speed, right?
Yeah.
You know, and all that, like none of that is occurring when you're jumping out of an airplane, like because it's all thousands of feet away,
And
right?
the horizon is also.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, and so like
Yeah.
your brain has nothing to go off of. Okay. So I bring this up to go back to bungee jumping.
Okay.
Because when you dive off of this bridge,
You are falling, man.
yeah, like you can see in your peripheral vision the sides of this canyon.
Yeah.
You know, and the river that's right
Yeah.
there. And so like I'm already feeling it, right? And so the only thing I could know how to do to really like put a stake in the ground and make myself do this was I yelled Ranger, because at that point I couldn't, you know, like wuss out.
Right.
And so like so I'm like Ranger, you know, and jump off, and you know, and anybody who would have been watching would have been thinking, oh, Army Ranger, you know, like he's grabbing it and Ranger, and really I was yelling Ranger because I was scared, dude.
Yeah.
And I'm like Ranger, you know, and I dive off, and the sense of is not a thing I had ever experienced anywhere else in my entire life.
Yeah.
Like my brain instantly like screamed at me.
What are you?
Yeah.
That was kind of doing a blinky thing for the last half hour.
Like I'm just covering my. You know, like you're gonna die. You know, like you're gonna die. You know, so like my brain was just like, you're gonna die. You just jumped off a bridge. What are you doing? You're gonna die. You know, and it was like so intense. Like it was like my brain.
And that's why people do it, isn't
So,
it?
so,
For that
so
Like,
at
it
the
was
point
just
in
like,
time- So when you did this, were you a man of faith at that particular point in time?
Oh yeah.
So did that play any role in this? Like, please, dear Lord, please be with me as I do this thing, or anything along those lines at all? Or did you even think about that?
It was like, you know, like I was like,
it's my time, or
no, I didn't, not until I jumped, right? Did I have the,
did that go through your mind?
and it didn't, it's not even that it went through my mind. It was just like my brain flooded with neurochemicals that were like, just every alarm was going off, right?
Yeah.
Every alarm was going off, like,
Adrenaline for
just, you know, like, but all in negative, like not in excitement, in negative,
Panic.
like in absolute, like what, like you just killed it, you just committed suicide, like, well, you know, and it wasn't like a thought, it was just an experience, you know, but then it like subsided, and then I could like hear the wind in my ears as I was going, and like
It was like peace.
and it was like I was Spider-Man, you know, like he's always falling down through the you know, and he shoo, shoo, you know, and then he like goes, and then he falls for a while, and shoo, you know, and goes, and so then I was just like, I was like Spider-Man, man, and I was like, and then it became just exhilarating, and I felt like I was flying, and I was like, I was a superhero, and it was, and then it was over, you know, and it like, and it probably lasted maybe 1 full second. It felt like more like about 3 or 4 seconds.
How did they lower you down once you stop bouncing?
So
How did they lower you down?
so my wife was videotaping, right? And so like you hear Ranger, so I watched it, right, and I had no recollection of of what happened next, right? So, but until I saw the video, so like I'm, just there I go, and then like I get down close to the water, not too close, and then it occurred to me, oh, I'm about to get yanked up backwards,
Yeah.
right? And am I going to hit the bottom of the bridge? And like, what's actually going to happen here, right? And it's so unnerving to be like yanked backwards like that. And so I'm like, whoa, and it wasn't until I saw the video.
Yes.
Oh, you guys closing?
It's past 10 o'clock.
Yeah, they close at 10.
Yeah, they're closed. Oh no, they close. No.
We're doing a fundraiser.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
You too.
I did it in Vegas. And apparently the guy
Oh,
in Vegas.
You did so I'm glad, I'm almost done, I promise. So then like I'm watching the video, and as I'm yanking backwards up, you hear me going, oh shit. And like I had no memory of saying that at all. I had no idea I said that.
You didn't think you said any bad words at all.
No, I didn't know I'd said anything. Like exactly. All I knew is I thought as I yelled Ranger, I jumped in, then I bounced, and I didn't even remember. And then I saw the video, and I'm like, oh, whoops, I'm sorry about that. But would I do it again? Absolutely.
Really?
Huh.
Oh, absolutely. And it
Once
was
wasn't
the
enough.
absolutely scariest thing I've ever done. Okay, go now, Vegas. So let's. Oh,
Can she Dan?
Do we need to swap the? Here, let's swap.
yep.
the
Here, let me give you. Here you go. All right. Bring it.
Oh boy. Anyway,
Yeah, it's just the battery indicator. It's like starting to be.
long time ago.
Yep. Okay, we'll give you that one.
The guy that went ahead of me.
Okay, there we go. Yep. All right, we're gonna end the stream. It's 11:10.
Okay.
Yep, we're clocking out.
Oh, I'm about to tell my radio tower stories. That's okay.